Hello and welcome to my newest challenge for Digimon World. I don't have a Digivice and I do have friends. My name, Jesse. My Digimon's name, GA968. Because of how I answered the first two questions, the Digimon that I'll be starting with will be Agumon. And this is a no items challenge for Digimon World, where I have to try to make it up to 100 prosperity points while not being allowed to give my Digimon any items or have my Digimon gain from an item in any sort of way. So I'm not allowed to use HP recovery items or MP recovery items in battles or out of battles. I'm not allowed to feed my Digimon, I'm not allowed to give it any Digivolution items. I'm not allowed to give any items to my Digimon, nor am I allowed to have my Digimon gain from an item, so I'm not allowed to use the training manual that you can buy from Piximon, or the rest pillow that you can buy from Moldramon, because even though I'm not giving them to my Digimon directly, my Digimon is still gaining from them, and this is a no items challenge. And I started off with Agumon, and I'm going to begin by doing some training at the Green Gym. I am allowed to use the Green Gym. There are no issues with that. And I'd like to have the attack command, so I'd like to get my brains up to 100. Agumon is signalling for food, but I'm not allowed to feed him. It's a no items challenge, so I can't feed him. I can take him to the toilet, and since I won't be feeding him, happiness and discipline will get affected. Lifespan will probably get affected, and our weight will be at the minimum, and our care mistakes will be high. And I'm just coming in here to rest because I don't want the sweat bubble, and I do take the basic items that Tokamon gives you, because even though I'm not allowed to use items, even though I'm not allowed to give items to my Digimon or have my Digimon gain from items, the items do still have some use in this challenge. They can be sold for money, they can be used for Moldramon trades, food items can be used to catch fish when fishing, so I will still take meat from Tainomon, as well as giant meat from Palmon and sirloins from Vegiemon. And I am aiming to Digivolve to a natural champion, despite the restriction of not being able to feed my Digimon, Agumon, which will affect weight and care mistakes. I am still aiming to avoid Numamon and Digivolve to a natural champion, and the Digimon that I'm aiming for is Miramon. The stat requirement, I believe, is to get attack up to 100, which I've done. And in order to digivolve to a Digimon, I believe you have to fulfill 3 of the requirements in total. There are 4 separate conditions, and I think you have to fulfill 3 of them in order to digivolve. And I'm just coming here to get meat from Tainomon, then I can sleep and it will be a new day, so when I wake up I can then get more meat from Tainomon. And instead of sleeping straight away, I would like to wait until Agumon is no longer asking for food, because I would like to definitely have the care mistake of not feeding him. So I want to wait until the bubble for food is gone, which it has, and now I'm going to sleep. The things that influence Digivolutions, there's stats, there's also weight, and then care mistakes, and then a bonus condition which can be a number of different things, and there can be more than one bonus condition, but I believe that you only have to fulfill one of the bonus conditions in order to fulfill the bonus condition. Bonus condition can be the specific Digimon that you've got. It can be to do with happiness, discipline, battles, other stuff possibly. But if the bonus condition, if there's like 2 or 3 things, then you only have to fulfill one of those bonus conditions, and thus you've fulfilled the bonus condition. The bonus condition counts as 1, you have to fulfill 3 in total, I think. So if you fulfill the bonus condition, you'll have to fulfill 2 others. So I've said that I've fulfilled the stat requirement for Miramon. That was to get my attack up to 100, which I've done. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5 care mistakes. Not feeding your Digimon is classed as a care mistake. So when Agumon asks for food and I don't feed him, once an hour and a half has passed, he will stop signalling for food, and if I don't feed him in that time, then that will count as a care mistake. Since I'm not allowed to feed him, I'm going to be getting quite a lot of care mistakes. Having your Digimon mess on the floor is also a care mistake. I don't think it'll be necessary for that to happen, because I think that I will get the necessary number of care mistakes just from not feeding Agumon. Need a minimum of 5, so I should be able to fulfill the care mistake requirement for Miramon. The weight requirement, I have a feeling, is 15 to 25, which I definitely won't fulfill, because I'm not allowed to give items to my Digimon, so I have no way of like feeding my Digimon, giving it food items, making it heavier, so I definitely won't fulfill the weight requirement. My weight is going to be at the minimum. And then the bonus condition, one of the bonus conditions is to have a minimum of 10 battles, and that is something that can be done. There are a lot of weak Digimon in the native forest and the surrounding area, and I can battle those Digimon and if my HP and MP gets low, then I can refill it by resting. And here I have the first mandatory battle against Agumon. So Agumon was defeated no problem, and I can now explore further, because before defeating Agumon I couldn't go any further than where I am now, but now I can explore further. And well, that's one battle done, so 9 more are needed in order for me to digivolve, well, in order for me to fulfill the bonus condition for Miramon. In this challenge at the moment, I think Miramon is the only Digimon that I can realistically fulfill the requirement of, because the high number of care mistakes and the low weight, I think that will pretty much rule out any other champion Digimon. And even if I fulfill the stat requirement and the bonus condition, I don't think that alone would be enough to digivolve to a champion. I think you do have to fulfill 3 of the requirements, and so the high number of care mistakes rules out most Digimon. Apart from Miramon, it's actually one of the requirements for him. The low weight is a problem, but I'm able to also fulfill the stat requirement and the bonus condition. And it's not long until Colamon features at the Cola Point, and it would make sense to make the most of the opportunity to speak to him, because he can take us to the other side. Well, he can take us across to the tropical jungle, where I can then have access to the Amida Forest, as well as the sort of early bits of the Great Canyon. Before I do anything, I'd like to have plenty of space in my inventory, because I'm going to collect a lot of items when I do go to the Amida Forest. Because at the Amida Forest, it's not just about recruiting Centauromon. There are items at the Amida Forest, and I would like to collect a Happy Mushroom and a High Speed Disc from the Amida Forest, unless I find a Happy Mushroom before going to the Amida Forest, and in which case I'll just need a High Speed Disc from the Amida Forest. And while I'm at it, I'm probably going to collect other items as well, which can be sold or have other uses, even though I'm not allowed to give them to my Digimon. Digimushrooms, I'm very keen to collect those, and I'm also looking out for a Happy Mushroom as well. Digimushrooms are one of the items that are needed for a Moldramon trade in Friesland. There are 3 Moldramon who all want to trade 3 separate items, and you have to trade at least one of every item with every Moldramon in order for a Moldramon to join the city. So it's compulsory to trade at least one Digimushroom. And if you trade Digimushrooms with the Moldramon, you get medium HPs in return. I can't use them in this challenge, but there's another Moldramon who, if you give him medium HPs, he'll give you super defense discs. Another item that I can't give to my Digimon, but the super defense discs can be sold for 2,000 bits. So every Digimushroom that I collect, if I trade it for a medium HP and then a super defense disc, that will be 2 of the 9 trades sorted, and each Digimushroom that I collect effectively has the value of 2,000 bits. That's why I'm eager to collect as many Digimushrooms as possible, because at this stage of the game it's nice to get a bit of a cash injection to sort of get you off the ground, and having a load of Digimushrooms which you can trade for medium HPs and then super defense discs and get 2,000 bits for them, that will do very nicely. Okay, we're almost at the Emitter Forest, but before that I'd like to go up here and recruit Betamon. So that will be 2 Digimon recruited so far. Agumon, Betamon, both rookies, so 1 prosperity point each. 2 prosperity points. Oh, Happy Mushroom. Okay, well that's very nice, because now we won't need to get one from the Emitter Forest. We now only need to get a high speed disc. 2 prosperity points so far from Agumon and Betamon, and I will recruit Centaurumon, but I want to get a high speed disc first. And it's going to be a bit difficult because I'm not allowed to give HP recovery items to Agumon, so if I get shot and run out of HP, then I've got a problem. So this could prove to be a bit more complicated than it sounds, but let's just see how it goes initially. I can make it up to here without getting shot, and the exit on the left is the correct exit, which I want to avoid. I can go to the exit on the left without getting shot, but that's the correct exit, which I want to avoid until I get a high speed disc. So I had to use one of the other 2 exits, and in order to make it to them with the techniques that I use, I had to get shot, unfortunately. And I've got the same problem here. Okay, well I'm getting shot again, and now my HP's down to 1, so we're going to go back to the start, and I'm unable to explore the Emitter Forest with just 1 HP, and I'm unable to give any HP recovery items to Agumon, but fortunately we're not far away from when Agumon wants to sleep, and that will recover his HP. Okay, he wants to sleep, so we can sleep and recover our HP, and we can now afford to get shot once more, and hopefully I can get the high speed disc and recruit Centaurimon. Otherwise I'll just have to recruit Centaurimon and settle with that. I've speeded the video up, and I've got the same problem again, so I now can't get shot any more times. Okay, there is a high speed disc which I have now got, but I can't get shot any more times or else I'll get sent back to the start again, and the only exit that I can go to without getting shot is the exit on the left. So now it's a case of just repeatedly going through the Amida Forest until the exit on the left is the correct exit, so that I can then recruit Centaurimon and be done with the Amida Forest. Trying to go to either of the other two exits will result in me getting shot and going back to the beginning of the Amida Forest and not being able to make it to the end. Agumon is telling me that he wants the toilet, so I'm going to just leave the Amida Forest briefly, just so I can take him to the toilet, and then I'll go back to the Amida Forest and continue. It's no longer about trying to get specific items from the Amida Forest, it is now just about recruiting Centaurimon. No room for the orange banana. Is there something less valuable that I can discard? Well, 4 meats, they together would sell for 100 bits. The orange banana sells for 500, so the orange banana had more value than the meats. Okay, the exit on the left is now the correct exit, so here we are now recruiting Centaurimon, and I've got the Happy Mushroom and the High Speed Disc, both of which are items that are going to be traded with Moldramons in Friesland, and that was the only reason why I was after those items, so that I can use them for Moldramon trades in Friesland. Happy Mushrooms are items that can only be found on the ground, and I was lucky to find one when recruiting Betamon. High Speed Disc you can buy from shops, but to me it makes more sense to get one from the Amida Forest, since you can get it for free, and while you're at it, there's the possibility of getting a load of other items as well, which you can sell or find another use for, as long as you don't give them to your Digimon, then you're not breaking any of the rules. So with Centaurimon recruited, I've now got 4 prosperity points, because Rookie Digimon get you 1 prosperity point, Champion Digimon get you 2 prosperity points, Ultimate Digimon get you 3 prosperity points, Agumon and Betamon are rookies, so 1 point each. Centaurimon is a champion, so 2 points for him. That's 4 points from Agumon, Betamon and Centaurimon, and I'm about to recruit Colamon, who's also a champion, which will bring me up to 6 prosperity points, which is very convenient because the Yoramon in the city, he mentions about an invisible bridge in the Great Canyon, and in order for him to mention about the invisible bridge, you need to have a minimum of 6 prosperity points, which we are about to make it up to from recruiting Colamon. So Yoramon will mention about the invisible bridge in the Great Canyon, and then that will enable us to explore the Great Canyon, and from there we'll have access to Friesland and other parts of the game. With the prosperity points, the only exception would be there are 3 champion Digimon who aren't considered to be very good, and because of that they only get you 1 prosperity point instead of 2, and those are the 3 filth Digimon, Sukamon, Numamon and Nanimon. The Great Canyon is a place I will obviously need to go to, but before worrying about that, I think my Digivolution is a big priority. I'm currently 9 battles short of being able to Digivolve to Miramon, and the Green Gym is available so that I can try and give myself the best possible stats that I can have. Stats are going to be particularly valuable because since I'm not allowed to use items, battles are going to be tougher, and so having better stats is going to be more important because better stats makes battles easier, and so there's less chance of me needing there's less chance of me needing to use items in battles if I've got better stats. So stats are particularly valuable in this challenge, and by resting I was able to see that my tiredness is fine and my HP and MP will be fully recovered. I mean, I lost a bit of HP when getting shot in the Amida Forest, but I would have recovered 500 HP and MP when resting. Okay, the orange banana has no value, nor does the MP floppies, or the defense discs, or the... oh wait. Well, Cell 2, so I've just got 1 left. Medium MPs are no good. Autopilots are no good. The high-speed disc is useful, as is the other stuff. I can use the small HP to help with recruiting Unimon. It's just, in order for Unimon to show up at the Mount Panorama, you have to have recruited Centaurimon, and you have to speak to Centaurimon like I did. It's not necessary to rest, you just have to speak to Centaurimon, so he mentions the clinic, and then Unimon spawns at the Mount Panorama, and you have to give him a certain item in order to aid him, because he's injured when you speak to him. A bandage or a medicine will do the job, or a HP recovery item will do the job. So I reserved 1 small HP floppy. The annoying thing is that I then put it into the item bank and then took out the MP floppies that I had in the item bank, which included the 1 that I put in, and so by selling them I accidentally sold the HP, the small recovery that I was hoping to hold on to. And then I decided I'll have to hold on to one of the bandages so that I can give a bandage to Unimon instead. So instead of selling both bandages, I sold just 1, and you can see all my money is being spent on medium HPs, so I can trade them for super defense discs and make a big profit from selling them. Okay, well, I need to have 9 more battles to bring my total of battles up to 10, and the Digimon just outside of the city in the native forest, they are very weak and the ideal Digimon to go up against. During the day, it's those Betamon lookalikes. During the night, it's those Dakunamons. And I think I would do better against the Dakunamons because they only have close range attacks, Poison Claw and Danger Sting, which Spitfire will easily win against. So I think it would be better if I make a start on the battles where the Dakunamons will be the available Digimon, because I think it'll be more easy to win against those Digimon. I think that I'll lose less HP, and I think my MP consumption won't be as bad. It's currently daytime, so I'm training to pass the time and get better stats, and then I can try and do all the necessary battling against the Dakunamons. I've got the necessary stats for Miramon. 100 attack was all I needed, but I wanted 100 brains as well, so that I would have the attack command, and I consider speed to be valuable as well. So you can see I'm mostly prioritizing my attack and speed. I've got my HP and MP so that they're not far shy of 1,000. And Agumon wants to sleep. When he wakes up, there should still be a few hours of the Dakunamons being the available Digimon, so I can sleep, so HP and MP are at the maximum. I'll be able to save my progress, and now I'll be able to make a start with the battles. I need to get up to a minimum of 10 so that I fulfill the bonus condition for Miramon. This will be battle number 2, because I've already had one battle, the battle being the battle against Agumon earlier in the game. Fortunately, the Dakunamon went down very easily. Little MP used. HP hasn't been affected. He dropped a Various. I can sell that for a tiny bit of money, so it makes sense to collect it. And now just leave the native forest, re-enter the native forest, and keep battling either until I make it up to 10 battles, or until I need to rest, which would most likely come as a result of my HP or MP getting too low. This will be battle number 3. Well, so far I can't ask for these battles to go any better. I surely won't make it up to 10 battles without my MP running out, so I am going to need to pause at some point and rest to recover my MP. And by then, the Digimon available might no longer be the Dakunamons. And then I guess I'd have to try my chances with the Betamon lookalikes instead. Here's battle number 4. So that's us halfway with the battles. Won 5 battles in total, but from the looks of things I've only got enough MP for 12 more Spitfires, so I don't think we're going to be able to make it up to 10 battles just from battling Dakunamons, unfortunately. This will be battle number 6, which will put us more than halfway. I've got 8 Spitfires left inside of me, which I think is enough for a maximum of 2 more battles. But if Spitfires get blocked, which is pretty likely, then it's only going to be enough for 1 more. But this will be battle number 7, which might be the last battle before needing to rest. Okay, well, the good news is we've won 7 battles so far. Bad news is we won't be able to have any more battles unless we rest first. And resting takes an hour, so once we've rested, the Dakunamons will no longer be the Digimon in the native forest. But rather than train until the sort of time where the Dakunamons will be available, I think that I need to have the remaining battles against the Betamon lookalikes My HP is going to be at a bigger risk because only one of their attacks is close range, static electric. We should be able to stop that with Spitfire, but the other two, Electric Cloud and Water Blitz, they won't be as easy to stop. As you saw, at the very beginning of that battle, Water Blitz was used, which did almost 300 damage, which was significantly more than how much HP I lost from all 6 of the Takunamons combined. But we are now up to 8 battles, so only 2 more needed. So after this, we'll only need 1 more battle. Okay, we probably do have enough Spitfires left in us to win 1 more battle. HP is a bit of a concern, because all it takes is 2 Water Blitzes, and that would be us defeated. But Agumon needs the toilet, so we have to take him to the toilet before we do anything else. By winning battles, we get a tiny stat boost, we get a tiny bit of money, some very basic items, and I think your happiness goes up when you win battles, and possibly your discipline as well, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Yeah, you can see I am still choosing to take meat from Tainomon, even though I can't give it to my Digimon. The meat can either be sold, or it can be used as bait when catching fish. There are 2 fish that need to be caught for Moldramon trades, so that will mean 2 meats, and there's also the Lake Guardian Seadramon who we need to catch as well, so meat does have a bit of value. And I was fortunate enough to have won a small recovery from defeating one of the Betamon lookalikes. Because of that, I've now got a small recovery that I can give to Unimon, and so the bandage can now be sold, because I can use the small recovery to treat Unimon instead of needing the bandage. So we're 100 bits away from being able to afford another medium HP, and conveniently 100 bits is what we get from winning these battles, and we do need 1 more battle so that we can bring the limit up to 10, and then we'll be able to afford another medium HP. Hopefully this will be an easygoing battle. Okay, well, no arguments from me. that's 10 battles done, which is the bonus condition for Miramon. Our care mistakes should be at 5 or more from all the times we haven't fed Agumon. We're there with the stats, you know, our attack is way above 100, so it looks like we are fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Miramon, so it's just a case of waiting until we've had Agumon for long enough in order for him to digivolve. Because when it comes to digivolutions, it's not just about fulfilling the requirements, you also need to have a Digimon for a certain amount of time before it can digivolve. I think you have to have baby Digimon for 6 hours before they can digivolve to in-training Digimon, and you need to have in-training Digimon for 24 hours before they digivolve to a rookie Digimon, and I think you need to have rookie Digimon for 3 days, 72 hours, before it can digivolve to a champion Digimon. And then champion Digimon I think you need to have for 6 days, 144 hours, before it can digivolve to an ultimate. And if we have fulfilled all the requirements for Miramon, which I think we have, then the only reason why Agumon hasn't yet digivolved, I can assume, is only because we simply haven't had him for long enough. But I'm choosing to rest because our HP and MP needs to be recovered, and tiredness ended up getting pretty high as well. It's better now, so we can go back to training. Oh, we're digivolving. Miramon it is. Unless I had like miscounted like the number of battles or the number of care mistakes, then it couldn't really have been any Digimon other than Miramon. HP's not gone up by much, MP's gone up by a bit. Attack has gone up to being over 200. Yeah, I wanted to digivolve to Miramon before worrying about going to the Great Canyon or defeating any of the nearby Digimon. You know, the Digimon who are near the city, like Dramoljamon, Palmon, Kunamon. Since this is a no items challenge, I thought that it would be better to digivolve to Miramon before worrying about any of those battles. That way I will have better stats, and so I should win the battles more easily. And I believe that champion Digimon need to go to the toilet every 6 hours. Since I'm not allowed to feed my Digimon, there's no point stopping to see if it wants food. Instead, it would make the most sense to train for 6 hours and then stop for the toilet, because we don't want our Digimon messing on the floor. We want to try and keep our happiness and discipline as full as possible, and we want to try and have the longest lifespan that we can have. I think 15 days is the longest you can have if you don't digivolve to an ultimate. And well, since we're not feeding our Digimon, we're not being the best of tamers, so I doubt we would live to 15. It would be great if we can live to 14. And I've just taken out the items that would be needed for Friesland. The small HP recovery will be needed for Unimon in Mount Panorama. The medium recoveries, Digi Mushrooms, High Speed Disc and Happy Mushroom will be needed for Moldramon trades. The meat is an item that we can give to Kunamon so that it will battle us. I think those are the only items that we need in our inventory at the moment. Well, we're probably not too far away from the sweat bubble, and so if we were to continue training, then it'd probably be a good idea to rest first. Not to mention that we've been training our HP, so by resting we will recover our HP, which will be very helpful if we're going to be engaging in any battles anytime soon. Kunamon is a handy recruit because of the shortcut that he creates. Palmon is a handy recruit because she upgrades the meat farm and gives us giant meats instead. Giant meat is one of the items that's needed for a Moldramon trade, and giant meats I believe can be sold for 250 bits, which is 10 times what meat sells for. Meat sells for just 25. I think we've got more than enough meat for the things that we need meat for. Going to be given 1 to Kunamon, need 1 to catch a black trout, 1 to catch a Digianchovy. Seadramon is a Digimon who we are going to have to catch several times instead of just once, and there are reasons for that which I will touch upon closer to the time. But I think we've got more than enough meat, so there's no harm in switching to giant meat, reserving 1 for a Moldramon trade, and the others can be sold for money. Well, it is a new day, so if we speak to Tainamon, then she'll give us meat, but if we decide that we want giant meat instead, and if we are planning on recruiting Palmon today, then it would make more sense not to speak to Tainamon, not get 3 pieces of meat, and then by recruiting Palmon, we'll get giant meat instead. Because if Tainamon gives us meat today, and we recruit Palmon today and speak to Palmon today, she won't give us giant meat because Tainamon gave us meat. But if we don't take meat from Tainamon today and recruit Palmon today and speak to her today, then she'll give us giant meat since we haven't been given any food items today. I am making my way towards Palmon and Kunamon. I am still looking out for Digi Mushrooms and Happy Mushrooms as well, because if we end up with more than 1, then we can trade however many we get, and the item that you get for trading Happy Mushrooms, Hair Grower, that can be sold for 2,500 bits, whereas Happy Mushrooms only sell for 500 bits. Well, we can sleep before the battle Kunamon first. That way he'll create the shortcut leading back to the city, so if we finish the battle with low HP or MP, or if we're feeling nervous about the Palmon battle for whatever reason, then we'll have quick access to the city, so we can rest at the clinic, we can save, we can do whatever we feel needs to be done. But one thing at a time, let's focus on the Kunamon battle. Didn't make the strongest of starts with us getting attacked and with our, well, some of our Spitfires getting blocked, but things then picked up, and then by using our finish we ended up winning that battle extremely comfortably. And I see no objection with moving straight on to Palmon. You also have to recruit Palmon in order to be able to recruit Vegiemon. But Vegiemon is not a Digimon we're going to be recruiting anytime soon. That battle was easy from start to finish, but we really shouldn't be getting too carried away. These are the most basic Digimon that we are fighting. We are going to be going up against much more powerful Digimon, and the rules are not going to be changing. The rules are going to stay the same. We're not going to be allowed to give items to our Digimon. We're not going to be allowed to use items in battles to help us out. We're not going to be allowed to use items outside of battles. So we have much harder times ahead of us. Palmon and Kunamon are both rookie Digimon, so 1 prosperity point each, 2 from both of them. Add that to the 6 we already had, I believe that's 8 prosperity points. I don't think I'm overlooking any other recruitments. I don't think any other Digimon has joined the city. I believe you need a minimum of 9 prosperity points in order for Tainomon to mention about a strange plant that's growing in the tropical jungle. You have to be told about that strange plant in order to be able to recruit Vegiemon, but you also need the rain plant, which can't be obtained until day 15, so Vegiemon is a recruit who has to be put on hold until the earliest of day 15. The Great Canyon is available to us, so there's the opportunity of us to go to the Great Canyon. There is also the Drill Tunnel. We haven't yet defeated the Dremolgemon, and defeating the Dremolgemon results in you being able to do the dirt carrying for a different Dremolgemon. Although it's not compulsory to do the dirt carrying, you know, we can access Lava Cave regardless of whether or not we do the dirt carrying. We do have to defeat the Dremolgemon in battle, the one that I mentioned, and then I think we do have to speak to the other Dremolgemon. But it's not compulsory to do the dirt carrying in order to be able to access the Lava Cave. It just speeds things up, because if you do the dirt carrying for the Dremolgemon, then once you're done you'll be able to enter the Lava Cave. Whereas if you don't do the dirt carrying, then after you speak to the Dremolgemon, you then have to come back in 5 days' time, and you'll then have access to the Lava Cave. To speed things up, it's wise to do the dirt carrying. Not only that, but for us it's helpful because you have to carry 10 pieces of dirt in total. Each time you carry the dirt you get 500 bits, and your HP goes up by 50 and your attack and defense goes up by 5. So by doing the dirt, by carrying all 10 pieces of dirt, we'll gain 5,000 bits, 500 HP, 50 attack and defense. So in the interest of wanting the money and the stat boost, the dirt carrying is a useful thing to do. I made sure that I rested at the clinic first, because you can only do so much of the dirt carrying before your Digimon gets tired. Since we battled Kunamon and Palmon and did some training, that would have contributed towards tiredness, so I rested a couple of times at the clinic, and now I'm heading to the Drill Tunnel to battle Dremolgemon, and then if all is successful we can then make a start on the dirt carrying, and I'm hoping that by the time Miramon becomes too tired to do any more dirt carrying, we won't be able to do all 10 in one go. I don't think that's possible regardless of what Digimon you use. I think your Digimon always ends up getting tired. But if we make a start, I'm hoping that by the time Miramon will be too tired to do any more dirt carrying, we'll be at the point where Miramon wants to sleep, so then we can sleep. That will restore energy, and then hopefully we'll be able to do the remainder of the dirt carrying. That way we don't have to leave the drill tunnel and rest at the clinic to restore energy. We can just stay in the drill tunnel the whole time, and tiredness will be aided by sleeping. All of Dremoljamon's attacks are close range attacks: Megaton Punch, Dynamite Kick, Sonic Jab. I don't anticipate any difficulties at all. Spitfire should stop Dremoljamon from hitting us with any of those attacks if we attack at the right times. As I thought, no difficulties from that battle. And it's also convenient that Miramon needed to go to the toilet just before we came to the drill tunnel. That way we'll be able to do a fair bit of the dirt carrying before Miramon next signals for the toilet. It's annoying when you're carrying dirt and then your Digimon signals for the toilet and you're unable to make it to a toilet in time and it messes on the floor. But we should have a good 5 hours before Miramon signals for the toilet. And I speed the video up because it's just me repeatedly collecting dirt, taking it to the exit, dumping it, returning, collecting the next lot of dirt, and just repeating the process over and over again. It's not very exciting, that's why I've speeded the video up. You can see that Miramon wants to sleep, but instead of letting him sleep, I want to carry on so that I do as much of the dirt carrying as I'm able to do before I let him sleep. Okay, Dremoljamon is saying that our Digimon looks tired, so we now sleep. When we wake up, we should be at full energy, and hopefully we'll be able to finish the dirt carrion. Okay, we were able to do all of the dirt carrying, and Miramon is now telling us that he needs the toilet, which is very good timing since we're done in the drill tunnel for the time being. If I was to return to the Drumoljamon from here, then he would have finished with his digging, and we would be able to go to the lava cave. I don't want to go there yet. I want to wait until later on. So we are done in the drill tunnel for now, and the Great Canyon is the next place that I would like to go to. I am returning to the city first because I would like to save. I would like to let Miramon use the toilet, and we are very close to, well, I would imagine that we're very close to seeing the sweat bubble due to the amount of dirt carrying that Miramon did after waking up. So if I'm planning on doing any training or having any battles, then it would be a very good idea to rest first. Well, that should take care of any tiredness issues. And I'd like to save before I go any further. From here, the intention is to go to the Great Canyon. From there I can go to Friesland. I can do the Moljamon trades that I've been talking about, and then from there we can go to the Misty Trees through to the Gecko Swamp and then Gear Savannah, because there's that secret item shop in Gear Savannah where we can purchase Digimon cards, and then if we defeat the Otamamon that sometimes features in the Gecko Swamp, then we then get taken to the Volume Villa where there's Shogun Geckomon. We can trade our Digimon cards in exchange for merit points, and then use those merit points to purchase the Amazing Rod, which is a lot better than the old rod that you find at the Trash Mountain. And then with the Amazing Rod, when we do necessary fishing later into the game, it will be a lot easier thanks to us having the Amazing Rod. It will come in handy for the fish that we have to catch for the Moljamon trades, and the when we get around to catching Seadramon. From Gear Savannah we can go to Mount Panorama and cut through from Mount Panorama to the native forest. That will clear the boulders which are currently separating the native forest from Mount Panorama. We can't go from the native forest to Mount Panorama due to the boulders that are in the way. One way to clear them is by battling the Miramon in Lava Cave, but that's not an option just yet. But by going to Mount Panorama via Gear Savannah, we can then use the path that goes from Mount Panorama to Native Forest, and that actually clears the boulders, and then you have access to the Native Forest to the Mount Panorama, or vice versa. And while doing all of these things, there are also a handful of recruits that are going to be made. Barkamon was one of them, as you saw, and there are others to come as well. I believe Barkamon put us up to 10 prosperity points, so if I'm right about you only needed 9 prosperity points in order for Tainomon to mention about the strange plant that's growing at the tropical jungle, then at least we can, be told, so that the plant will be there in the tropical jungle, but we'll still need the rain plant, so we'll still have to wait until day 15 before we can recruit Vegiemon. Those are the 2 requirements, well, 3 requirements. One of them is to recruit Palmon, one of them is to have a minimum of 9 prosperity points, and then the other is to collect the rain plant next to that features next to Tainomon, and it's only available on day 15, so you have to collect it on day 15. If you wait until day 16, then it won't still be there. You have to get it on day 15. And before the Moljamon trades, I decide to come here to play Curlin against Penguinmon, and hopefully win against him so that he will join the city and I won't have to return later on with a fish in order to challenge him again, because if he beats you then that's what you have to do, and he won't join the city unless you beat him. And I have no pegged stones or heavy stones, so I will use my medium weight stones. I always use pegged stones first, it makes the most sense, because pegged stones can't be knocked about by your opponent, and then I use heavier stones first and move on to the lighter stones, and the heavier stones that I have is the medium stones. It's annoying that Penguinmon got points as well as knocking my stone off the spot, but I'm hoping to, yeah, that worked how I was hoping it would. Knock one stone into the other, thus knocking the stone onto the good spot. And it looks like I've lost a stone, but I've still got 2 points from the stone that's on the good spot. Well, there's no point aiming for the good spot that I've already got 1 stone on, because Penguinmon stones are surely blocking the way. I want to try to get points on the other spot as well. How's this going to turn out? Not too bad. It's been very tight scoring so far. If I play my stone into Penguinmon's stone, I'll get a point and I'll hopefully use his stone as a shield, because if Penguinmon was to try and knock my stone away, then surely it would just knock into his stone and knock his stone about, and mine shouldn't move too much, as demonstrated there. So what's the score? 5-4. I don't need to score any more points because the game has been won, albeit very close. Okay, well from here I now do the Moldramon trades, and then I head to the Misty Trees. The reason why I use heavy stones first when playing Curlin is because when you land your stones on the good spots, sometimes your opponent will aim to knock your stones off the good spot and sometimes try to knock them onto the bad spot. Heavier stones are harder to knock about, so if you use heavy stones first and land them on the spots, then it will be harder for your opponent to knock those heavy stones about than what it would be if it was a lighter stone that you had on the spot. And not only that, but sometimes in like the later stages of a curling match, it can be a good idea for you to try to knock your opponent's stones off of the good spots and try and knock them onto the bad spots. And lighter stones are generally better at knocking your opponent's stones about. So heavier stones are harder to knock about, but not as good at knocking other stones about, and then lighter stones, it's the other way around. They're easier to knock about, but but they're also better at knocking about your opponent's stones. So that's my general rule with curling: peg stones first, and then heavier stones, followed by lighter stones. We've done all the trading that we can do at the moment. The first Moldramon, I traded a Happy Mushroom and Digimushrooms. That just leaves a Super Carrot left to be traded. You can buy a Super Carrot from Vegiemon after you recruit him. So I do have a way of getting a Super Carrot, even if I can't do it just yet. And then the other Moldramon where I traded a High Speed Disc and Giant Meat, still need a Black Trout. I can simply catch one from the Dragoneye Lake. And then the Moldramon who I traded medium HPs with, I still need an Omni Floppy and a Digianchovy. Digianchovy can be caught from the Dragoneye Lake, just like the Black Trout can. And Omni Floppy, well, when you trade a Super Carrot with the Moldramon, the item that you get in return is in fact an Omni Floppy. So when we get a Super Carrot, if we trade it, we'll then get an Omni Floppy, and we can then trade the Omni Floppy with the Moldramon that wants an Omni Floppy. It would be nice if I can make it through the Misty Trees with just one cycle being required. Unsuccessful, so I have to try again. And I'm in a position where I no longer care about Digimushrooms, because where I traded a load of Digimushrooms for medium HPs, and then traded those medium HPs for super defense discs, as well as trading all of the other medium HPs that I already had before trading the Digimushrooms, I now have loads of super defense discs. I can sell them for a substantial profit, and then I can simply purchase 99 medium HPs, trade them for 99 super defense discs, keep going like that, make a huge profit every time. I really don't have to rely on Digimushrooms anymore. So I no longer have any interest in collecting Digimushrooms. I also chose not to bother with the Happy Mushroom either that was in the Misty Trees. There was no sign of Otamamon, so instead of battling him there and then, I've decided to... well, Otamamon wasn't there, and rather than try and grind for him, I've chosen to just go to the Gear Savannah. And the Trash Mountain is the next place that I would like to go to. We can help ourselves to the very unuseful old rod, and we can recruit the very unuseful Sukamon. Sukamon is a Digimon who we can recruit without any battles being required, and in a challenge like this, battles is going to be the biggest challenge, due to our inability to use items, and any recruits that can be made without the need of battles are going to be very handy, particularly during the earlier stages where we've got the weakest stats. And since we're here, I thought it would make sense to train MP a bit, and rather than train MP in the city, I thought train MP here at Trash Mountain, because the MP boost that you get from training here is a lot better than the boost that you get from training at the Green Gym. We need HP in order to be able to survive, in order to be able to stay alive, when we have battles. And we also need MP, because if we run out of MP during a battle, then we've got a big problem, because we can't use items to recover MP. So to combat this, it would be a good idea to try and have as much MP as possible, as well as much HP as possible, and all of the other stats as well. I do very much value HP and MP. As for the other stats, I do value attack, speed and brains, but I don't value defense as much. I want to be able to do damage so that I can defeat Digimon as quickly as possible, so that I'll get attacked less. Defeat Digimon as quickly as possible so that I use as little MP as possible. Have enough brains to have the commands that I consider to be most valuable, and then lots of HP to survive attacks, lots of MP so I can, use plenty of attacks. I think that will do for now. I don't want to train until I have the sweat bubble, because I have no way of resting at the moment, so no way of taking away tiredness. And training at the Trash Mountain does seem to cause happiness to go down quite a bit. I think training always has that effect, but training at the Trash Mountain seems to cause happiness to go down by a bigger extent, which I suppose makes sense, because if I had to stand inside of a giant turd, then I wouldn't be very happy either. Biyomon is another easy recruit due to no battles being required. No joy, have to keep trying. We will succeed eventually. Okay, all looks good. with Biomon recruited, we no longer have Colamon and Betamon working on that little stall. Instead, it's now Biomon working at a proper item shop where there's a lot more items available, which is virtually useless in a challenge like this, I suppose. But I can still sell items, which is something I'll be doing a lot more of. Now, before anything else, I'm going to the secret item shop so that I can sell the unwanted items that are in my inventory, and then I can purchase the value of 300 merit points in Digimon cards. So I still need the small recovery, but not the autopilot, not the medicine, not the super defense discs, or the defense chip, or the hair grower. That's everything in my inventory. Is there anything worth buying? Is there anything that has any use of some sort? Other than giving it to my Digimon, which isn't allowed? I don't think so, but let's focus on cards. And every card is worth 10 points, it seems. So purchasing all 6 of these cards will give me 60 points. Then I need to buy packs of 3 to get myself the other 240 points that I require. So 30 points, 60, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200, 210, 220, 230, 240, 260, 270, 280, 285, 300, so everything below Toy Agumon can be sold. Usually I don't just go until I've got exactly 300 merit points, because chances are a lot of those points would be from cards that are only worth 1 point, and rather than have to trade loads of really low value cards, I tend to sort of buy more cards so that I don't need to use any cards that are worth just 1 point. I like to do it with only using higher value cards. I mean, preferably I wouldn't want to need any cards that are worth 5 points. I'd want to do it with just cards that are worth 100 points, 30 points and 10 points, but I had a lot of cards that are worth 5 points and I didn't really want to have to keep buying packs of 3 until eventually having no need for the cards that are worth 5 points. So from here I'm going to go back to the Gecko Swamp, try and get Otamamon to show up, try and defeat him, then I'll have access to the Volume Villa where I can speak to Shogun Geckomon, and that will result in us being able to approach Cherrymon when the time is right to do that. And we can also trade our cards, get 300 merit points, and then purchase the amazing rod. And then I will return from the Gecko Swamp to Gear Savannah. I won't be battling Patamon yet. I want to leave him until later on. I will recruit Electmon, but I'm leaving him until when I pass through Gear Savannah for the last time, because in order to recruit him you have to get shocked 3 times, which reduces HP by 60%. Well, each time you get shocked it reduces your HP by 20%, so getting shocked 3 times would reduce your HP by 60%, and I would rather have the battle with Otamamon with my HP the maximum rather than having just 40% of HP, which is what I would if I recruited Electmon before battling Otamamon. Okay, had little difficulty with Otamamon, and even if like Otamamon had reduced my HP by like half or something, then I still would have been able to recruit Electmon no problem. You can't die from getting shocked by Electmon. It's set so that your HP won't go any lower than 1. If you have 1 HP and you get shocked by him, then you'll take 0 damage. It's programmed so that you can't get killed by getting shocked by Electmon. So no matter how badly I might have done against Otamamon, there would have been no risk of me getting defeated. I mean, no risk of me getting defeated when recruiting Electmon. We have to speak to this Gekomon who mentions about Shogun Gekomon and Digimon cards, and then that creates the opportunity for us to give him cards in exchange for merit points. That's all of our cards gone. The amazing rod is the only item that I want. Yeah, this no items challenge, the restriction is that I'm not allowed to give items to my Digimon, or for my Digimon to gain from an item, but I am allowed to use items if it's not having any kind of impact on my Digimon. So the fishing rod is something that I'm allowed to use because I'm not giving it to my Digimon. My Digimon's not gaining from it in any sort of way. So the fishing rods are allowed. I'm allowed to like trade items with the Moldramons. I'm allowed to use items for bait when fishing. You know, I'm allowed to, you know, give meat to the Kunamon so that he'll battle me. I'm allowed to use the rain plant to produce Vegemon. You know, I'm allowed to use items in ways like that. I'm just yeah, not allowed to give items to my Digimon. And when the restaurant gets opened at the city, eating at the restaurant is something that's allowed, because I'm not classing the restaurant food as items. And there is also a vending machine in the tropical jungle which refills your MP. That's something that I'm allowed to use because I don't class that as an item either. You're just using a vending machine which recovers your MP. And if I remember anything else, then I'll mention it. Before we recruit Unimon, I do need to acknowledge the crop circle. That will take the first step towards recruiting Vadermon. There's a few items in here as well. Medium recovery can be traded for a super defense disc. Medium MP can be sold. Various can be sold. And from here I just head on downwards through to the native forest, and then I'll be within very close range of the city. If I had meat in my inventory, then I would be able to go fishing and catch, and I don't want to get into a battle here. I can't seem to move though. Got someone knocking on my door. Okay, after a really frustrating time trying to get past one Gotsumon, I decided to go around, and I was able to get past the other one, okay. I can sell the medium MP and the various. That's everything in my inventory. Bring my medium HPs up to 99 because I am going to do more trading with the Moldramons. You know, the trading of medium HPs in exchange for super defense discs is something that I will be going further with. So I've got the medium recoveries in my inventory for when I next go to Friesland. Since I've already traded a giant meat with the Moldramon, the giant meats that I'm collecting don't have any use. The only thing that they're needed for is, well, the only thing I'm going to do with them is sell them for money. I've got the meats in my inventory, so I can now go fishing when I'm next in the Dragon Eye Lake. I use the meats as bait. So meats for fishing, medium HPs for trades, giant meats. I don't plan to do anything with them apart from sell them. There are battles that I do plan on having with Miramon, but there's more training that I would like to do first. My brains is something that I'm keen to work on. Getting it up to 200 will result in the moderate command. Getting it up to 300 would result in the distance and change target command. I would like to get my brains up to 300 so I have all of those commands, but rather than do all of that now, I will only go some of the distance with brains, and my initial intention is to get it up to 200 so I at least have the moderate command. Attack is 300, speed is 200, brains will be 200, HP's 2,500, MP's not far under 2,500. It occurred to me that it would probably be a good idea to rest. I didn't want to keep training until getting the sweat bubble, so I decided to pause from training, and I'm now going to the clinic to rest. And he doesn't need the toilet, so I can rest again. Yeah, I wanted to rest twice, but I wanted to make sure that he didn't need the toilet after the first rest, because I didn't want to rest twice and then have him mess on the floor. That's the moderate command. And HP is something that I'd like to keep going with. And I do try to monitor Miramon's age, because there are things that I would like to do with Miramon before he fades away. There are things that I would like to get done before moving on to my next Digimon after Miramon fades away. So, you know, I do have, you know, targets that I am aiming for. So even though training is important, I still need to make sure that I'm devoting enough time to other stuff as well. Our HP is now 3,000. And I think resting will be a good idea. Prevent the sweat bubble and also get our HP up to the maximum. Doesn't need the toilet, so we can rest again. And I've taken the liberty of saving because from here I would like to do something where luck is involved, something where I have to rely on luck in order to get the outcomes that I'm seeking. I'm heading to the Great Canyon because there are techniques that I would like to learn. I would like to learn Heat Laser, Fire Tower, Magma Bomb, and Red Inferno. I've already got Spitfire. I can't learn Meltdown, not with Miramon. And so, if I'm successful with learning the techniques that I'm trying to learn, the only other two fire techniques that will be left that Miramon will be capable of learning are Prominence Beam and Infinity Burn. there's an Agumon at the fortress entrance where I can learn Heat Laser, Fire Tower and Magma Bomb, but not Red Inferno, and then this battle where I can learn Red Inferno, Heat Laser and Magma Bomb, but not Fire Tower. So I'll need to battle these Digimon here, plus the Agumon at the fortress entrance, in order to learn the 4 techniques that I'm trying to learn. I don't want to use my finish because I want Red Inferno to get used. That's the technique that I would most like to learn from this battle, since it's the only technique that can't be learnt from the Agumon at the fortress entrance. Well, the battle's been won. Have I learnt anything? No. So I'll have to go back into the tropical jungle. Then return and battle the Digimon again. And I can refill my HP and MP by resting or by sleeping, and I can refill my MP by using that vending machine in the tropical jungle. So the battle's been won again. Is there any further good news? No. Well, all we can do is keep trying. The fact that Miramon has fire as his first nature does mean that he will learn fire techniques more easily than battle techniques, which I think is it, because I think battle is his third nature. So we're doing the right thing by using a Digimon who has fire as their first nature when trying to learn fire techniques. This way we've got the highest probability of learning fire techniques. I've almost used up all of our MP. HP is not much above half. Okay, we've learnt Heat Laser. Now, even though that's not Red Inferno, I will still treat that as progress, because we have still learned at least one of the 4 techniques that I set out to try and learn. And we can no longer learn Heat Laser from any battles, so Heat Laser will no longer interfere with my efforts to learn the 3 other techniques. Here's the vending machine that recovers MP. So that's 1000 MP recovered, and I would like to rest as well to recover HP, and that will also recover MP. I'm going to save so that my progress is safe, the progress of learning Heat Laser. And then once I rest, I won't be too far away from when Miramon wants to sleep, and hopefully I can make more progress before Miramon wants to sleep. And then when I sleep, I'll recover HP and MP, and I'll have the opportunity to save. The techniques remaining are Fire Tower, Magma Bomb, and Red Inferno. Red Inferno is the biggest priority, since I can't learn it from Agumon. Fire Tower can only be learnt from Agumon, not from this battle, and then Magma Bomb can be learnt from either battle. Do we have good news ahead of us? We do. Excellent news. Red Inferno has been learnt, so that just leaves Fire Tower and Magma Bomb, and we might as well go straight to the fortress entrance, because both of those techniques can be learnt from the Agumon that we are going to be battling. So might as well go to the Ogre Fortress and just battle the Agumon and him only, and when we sleep, which isn't far away, we can save, and without needing to go back to the city, and have hopefully full HP and MP ahead of the battles after we save. Now, since we haven't defeated Olgamon in the first Olgamon battle yet, the elevator won't work if we try and use it to go downwards, so the only way to get to the lower parts of the Great Canyon is by falling off the cliff here. And if we head to the Ogre Fortress, there's a Agumon outside who will battle us. After you defeat Olgamon for the first time, it's not possible to battle this particular Agumon, because if you speak to him after you defeat Olgamon for the first time, then he runs inside of the Ogre Fortress, and then you go in after him and you have access to the Ogre Fortress and you don't battle the Agumon. But at the moment, since we haven't defeated Olgamon, we can't get into the Ogre Fortress. Even if we defeat this Agumon, we still can't get inside of it, but we can at least battle the Agumon, which is an opportunity that we lose after defeating Olgamon for the first time. Fire Tower and Magma Bomb are the techniques to learn. I was concerned when he was only using Spitfire. He did end up using Fire Tower in the end, but we didn't learn it. So he runs inside, and then to be able to battle him again, we have to leave and come back. We're not able to enter the Ogre Fortress. Now, every battle you have consumes about 1/3 of an hour, I would say. So we do have time for at least one more battle before entering the next hour, so I don't need to sleep just yet. I have got time for at least one more battle, one more attempt to learn one of the techniques. used Fire Tower. But we didn't learn it. And Miramon needs the toilet. So if we're to take him to the toilet, the clock is going to enter the next hour. Now we won't need to fall off the cliff again because we are about to remove the rock here. So we can now get to the lower parts of the Great Canyon by simply using the elevator. Before sleeping, I'm just heading for the toilet, and then I can sleep before having any more battles against the Agumon. I've got nothing to gain from him using Spitfire or Heat Laser, since I already know those techniques. I need him to be using Fire Tower and Magma Bomb. Those are the two techniques that I haven't yet learnt, which can be learnt from that Agumon. I currently have Spitfire, Heat Laser and Red Inferno. Well, we're going to be fresh, since we've just woken up, and hopefully I'll have a bit more luck from my efforts to learn the techniques that I'm after. Magma Bomb was used, but we don't learn it. Not had much luck so far. Not against this Agumon anyway. Well, we've got fire as our first nature. I have a feeling that the Digimon that you're battling against, if the technique that you're after, if their nature, if their first nature is also the same as the nature of the technique, then apparently that can increase your chances of learning the technique, and we're all good in that respect. We both have fire as our first nature. Magma Bomb was used, and we learnt it, so that just leaves Fire Tower. Fire Tower is the only remaining technique that I would like to learn from that Agumon, so we will need him to use the technique, or at least attempt to use the technique, obviously. And he hasn't been using it a great deal so far, but Fire Tower is one of the easier fire techniques to learn. And I am taking the trip back to the city so I can save, because I want my progress to be safe, the progress of learning Magma Bomb. Then I'll return and try to learn Fire Tower. Then out of the 7 fire techniques that Miramon can learn and use, we'll have Spitfire, Heat Laser, Fire Tower, Magma Bomb, and Red Inferno. That will leave the 3 best fire techniques. One of them Miramon can't learn, and that's Meltdown, but he can learn Prominence Beam and Infinity Burn. I obviously didn't think that resting was necessary. Looks like I didn't think that recovering MP from the vending machine was necessary either. Well, I'm sure you've figured it out for yourselves. From now on, these battles against this Agumon are all about Fire Tower. That's the only remaining technique to learn from him, so it's the only technique that I want him to use. But there was definitely an attempt to use Fire Tower, which is all there needs to be. But we didn't learn Fire Tower, so we have to try again. don't think there was any attempt to use Fire Tower in that battle. Well, nothing learnt. So even if there was an attempt that I failed to notice, I wasn't successful at learning anything. Well, the chances of me learning Fire Tower, I mean, I'm sure it's a fair bit under 50-50, but it's not exactly, the odds aren't exactly ludicrously against me, so I shouldn't have to have too many battles. But there was Fire Tower used early on that time. I'm not sure why it didn't occur to me to use my finish, but whatever. And Fire Tower has been learnt. So, out of those techniques that I set out to try and learn, I have now been successful. Heat Laser, Fire Tower, Magma Bomb, Red Inferno, all learnt. And now I'm going to head back to the city and continue training at the Green Gym. One thing that is important is for me to get my brains so that it's close to 250. So get my brains so that I will get my brains close to 250 so that if I was to train brains once more, then I would get it up to 250 or more. That's how close I want to get to 250 brains, but I can't have it reach or exceed 250 for reasons that will make sense later on. I need to keep my brains under 250 but have it close to 250. When I train my brains it goes up by 7, so I want to have it between 243 and 249. That way, by training brains just once more, my brains will get up to 250 or more. Eventually I want to get my brains up to 300 so that I'll have the distance and change target command, but before that I don't want to make it up to 250 until the time is right, so I want to get it close to 250 but under 250, but when the time is right, I will then reach and exceed 250, and you'll and when the time comes, it will make sense to you. You'll understand why I did it. The next battle that I want to have is the battle against Miramon in the lava cave, which, if I win, then it will result in Miramon joining the city, and will also set up the opportunities to later recruit Dramoldramon and Leomon. I want to have that battle before getting my brains up to 250, and I would like to do it before Miramon next needs to sleep, which is about 8 hours away. Probably less if I'm going to be working hard, because he'll be quite tired and he'll probably want to sleep sooner. So that's 243 brains. I don't want to go any further with my brains. And HP is something that I want to keep topped up. Now we are not far away from when Miramon wants to sleep. Well, I recovered MP with the vending machine. I can rest to recover more MP as well as recover HP. And Miramon wants to sleep now. But before sleeping, I would like to have the Miramon battle. And the battle against Miramon is quite a key one, because it's not just about winning the battle against Miramon, it's also about trying to learn Dynamite Kick. And my intention was to learn Dynamite Kick from the Miramon, and well, Miramon also uses Heat Laser and Magma Bomb, and so part of the reason why I learnt Heat Laser, Fire Tower, Magma Bomb and Red Inferno was to stop Heat Laser and Magma Bomb interfering with my efforts to learn Dynamite Kick when battling Miramon, because I think Miramon has fire as his first nature and battle as his third nature, and so I suspect that statistically Miramon is more likely to learn Heat Laser and Magma Bomb than Dynamite Kick. So if I went into the battle without already knowing Heat Laser or Magma Bomb, then I suspect that I would be more likely to learn one of those techniques, particularly Heat Laser, rather than Dynamite Kick. But by learning Heat Laser and Magma Bomb beforehand, it takes out the possibility of those techniques getting in the way of my efforts to learn Dynamite Kick. I won't be able to learn Heat Laser or Magma Bomb against Miramon because I've already learnt those techniques. Out of the techniques that he uses, the only one I haven't yet learnt is Dynamite Kick. But interestingly, Heat Laser, Fire Tower, Magma Bomb, Red Inferno and Dynamite Kick, even though I'm taking a lot of trouble to learn these techniques, they are techniques that I don't actually have any intention on using during this challenge. There are techniques that I am keen on learning, very good, well, techniques that I am keen on using, very good techniques. I haven't yet learnt them, and the reason why I'm learning these other techniques first is so that they don't interfere when I try and learn the better techniques later on. So the learning of these more basic techniques is just to help me later on when trying to learn better techniques that I do actually plan on using, unlike these techniques that I'm learning at the moment, which I don't plan on using. I'm only learning them to stop them from getting in the way of my efforts to learn better techniques later on. But here is the battle against Miramon, and well, it's not, like I said, it's not just about winning, it's about winning and learning Dynamite Kick. Dynamite Kick has been learnt. So we can now explore the rest of the lava cave, collect items that are to be sold, speak to the Dremolgemon who's drilling, and then if we come back in 3 days' time, he'll be done drilling, and he'll then join the city after we speak to him again. And Miramon is a particularly useful recruit because he opens the restaurant. The restaurant is something that under normal circumstances I probably wouldn't use due to how expensive it is. But in this challenge, the restaurant does have a lot of value because when you eat at the restaurant, you get a small stat boost. When it's Miramon at the restaurant, the most expensive food that he sells boosts attack by 5 and brains by 3. His cheaper foods boost the same stats, but not by as much. It also causes happiness and discipline to go up, tiredness to go down. It avoids care mistakes, and it should help with maximising our lifespan as well. So the restaurant is something that I'm going to be making use of in this challenge. And from here I will return to the city and go back to training, and my brains is close to 250. I want to keep it under 250 until Miramon wants to sleep, which will be, well, not until tomorrow, and then I want to sleep right next to the brain training board so that when I wake up I'll be right next to it, and my intention is to try and learn Prominence Beam, and by sleeping right next to it, if I'm unsuccessful, then I can just reload and try again, and if I continue to be unsuccessful, then I can continue to try again. And well, by sleeping right next to it, when I reload, I'll be right next to the brain training. The only thing is that if you keep reloading and you keep doing the exact same thing, I think the outcome will be the same, and you have to do something different to try and produce a different outcome. A simple solution would be to praise or scold your Digimon. So reload, praise your Digimon, train brains. If you don't learn it, reload, scold your Digimon, train brains. If no joy, then reload, praise your Digimon twice, train brains. Just keep going until you eventually succeed at learning Prominence Beam. Prominence Beam is a technique that I've been very eager to learn, and the only ways I could learn it at the moment would be from training brains or learning it from the Birdramon battle. I would rather try and learn it from training brains, because Birdramon would be a tough Digimon to win against, given our current stats and the nature of the challenge. And in order to be able to learn Prominence Beam, from training brains, there were other techniques that had to be learnt first. Heat laser, which I learnt from battle. Fire tower, which I learnt from battle. I'm just being careful here because I want to keep my brains under 250. Okay, well my brains is at 249, so I can't eat at the restaurant anymore until after learning Prominence Beam, because eating at the restaurant anymore will put my brains up to 250 or more. Yeah, Heat Laser, but I learnt that from battle. Fire Tower, but I learnt that from battle. Magma Bomb, but I learnt that from battle. Red Inferno, I learnt that from battle. And I had concerns that even though fire is Miramon's first nature and battle I think is his third nature, I had a concern that he might be more likely to learn Dynamite Kick than Prominence Beam when training brains, and so I also learnt Dynamite Kick from Miramon, and I think I'm now in a position where I've already learnt the techniques that could get in the way of learning Prominence Beam, and I'm pretty sure that from training brains, Prominence Beam is the next technique that should be learnt, having got Heat Laser, Fire Tower, Magma Bomb, Red Inferno and Dynamite Kick out of the way. So that's why I learnt all of those techniques. I learnt them not because I wanted them, but because I wanted to be able to learn Prominence Beam, and I wanted to get those techniques out of the way so they wouldn't interfere when trying to learn Prominence Beam from training my brains. If I had just continually trained brains in the interest of learning techniques without learning any techniques beforehand, so going into it when I've only got Spitfire, I think I would have learnt Heat Laser first, then Fire Tower, then it would have been between Magma Bomb and Red Inferno. Once both of those had been learnt, I think it then would have been between Dynamite Kick and Prominence Beam. But the only other fire techniques that Miramon can learn are Prominence Beam and Infinity Burn. Miramon has a better chance of learning Prominence Beam than Infinity Burn. That just leaves battle techniques. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure what battle techniques Miramon can learn other than Dynamite Kick, but since fire's his first nature, I think statistically he's more likely to learn Prominence Beam than any of the other battle techniques that he's capable of learning. So here we are with Miramon wanting to sleep. I make it up to where the brain training board is. I sleep and save as well, and I anticipate having a very hard time with trying to learn Prominence Beam, one of the harder fire techniques to learn, and I go and get it on my first try. I then decide to boost my speed, and I do also want to get my brains up to 300, and so it's now okay to eat at the restaurant because I don't need to keep my brains under a certain limit anymore now that I've learned Prominence Beam. So now I can eat at the restaurant, and every time I do, my attack will go up by 5, my brains will go up by 3, happiness, discipline and tiredness will be helped. It will probably extend my lifespan very slightly, and it will avoid the care mistake of not feeding my Digimon. As you can see, Miramon wanted to eat twice, so I gained 10 attack and 6 brains from that. I want to get my brains up to 300. Some of that will have to come from training my brains, but some of it will come from the restaurant, so I might not need to focus solely on training my brains, because the restaurant will help. You know, I can focus on training other stats as well. I think 250 speed is good for now. Don't have too much further to go with brains. When your Digimon signals for food, you have up to an hour and a half to feed it. So when Miramon started signalling for food, it would, I thought it'd be okay to train once more. That would pass an hour, and then I've still got half an hour left to feed him. Once the hour was up, Miramon needed the toilet, so I was killing 2 birds with 1 stone by leaving the green gym. I was taking Miramon to the toilet and also heading in the direction of the restaurant as well. And I'm pleased that Miramon wants to eat more, because that means more attack and brains, more happiness, more discipline. So no complaints from me. The restaurant food does reduce tiredness, but that alone probably won't be enough to stop the sweat bubble from appearing. So I think it is important to rest at the clinic as well, which is what I'm doing. But we can probably get away with resting just once instead of twice, because of the benefits of the restaurant food. I'm in a position where I'm very close to having 300 brains. And then I don't think it would be necessary to go any further with my brain stat. $296. Well, it might be possible to get it up to the limit just from the restaurant. If Miramon only eats once at the restaurant, then that won't be good enough. My brains would only go up to 299, but if he eats twice, which is what he has been doing so far, then my brains will go up to 302, so I'll have the brains that the brain stat that I'm after, and without the need of training my brains at the Green Gym any further. It's good news, the restaurant will be enough to see to it. It says that Miramon is 12. Wasn't he... Am I imagining things, or was he 12 yesterday? I don't know if my mind's playing tricks on me, but I thought that it said that he was 12 yesterday. Maybe I'm just thinking of earlier today. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm now heading to the Great Canyon to try my luck with the first Olgamon battle. And yeah, distance is important, because without it, it's very common for your Digimon to try to attack at the wrong times, like trying to attack like just before your Digimon is about to get attacked, and then when you try to perform the attack it's unsuccessful because you get hit yourself, you lose HP and you waste MP. But by having the distance command, you can pick distance when it's not convenient to attack and do a better job at reserving your MP. So I can try to only attack when it's a good idea to attack. And there's the change target option, should I consider it to be useful. Now, since I've already fallen off the cliff, I think that's why the Olgamon Bandit music isn't playing. Okay, well, I did manage to see the battle through. HP and MP have both fallen below half, but I chose to come here near the time when Miramon wanted to sleep. He does now want to sleep, and so by sleeping just before the second Olgamon battle, my HP and MP will be recovered, so I can go into the second Olgamon battle with full HP and MP, or if not full, then near full at least. It's a very good idea to time it so that you need to sleep after having a battle that drains your HP and MP, and before a battle and I don't want to be getting into unnecessary battles here. So you sort of sleep after one battle and before another battle, so you recover your HP and MP from one battle and get it restored ahead of the next battle, if that makes sense. It's a battle one, but if I've sustained an injury, I'll have to reset. Okay, no injury. Lucky there. And I can't get into any more battles. We're about to reach the next hour, and I've decided to sleep before reaching that hour, and Miramon will go to the toilet in his sleep rather than do it when he's active. And I've got Digimon loitering near me. Please go away, Digimon. The Agumon skip will be very valuable if I can pull it off. Good. And here we are, about to go into the second Olgamon battle. It is a bit tougher this time because their HP is a bit higher, but here goes. Okay, that battle didn't go too badly. And, well, from here, it would be very handy to recruit Shalmon, because you need to recruit Shalmon in order to make various other recruits possible. One of the things you need Shalmon for is the ability to catch Seadramon, the Lake Guardian, from the Dragon Eye Lake. And that results in you going to Beetle Land and creates the opportunity to recruit Kawugamon and Kabuterimon, two very useful recruits since they upgrade the Green Gym. And it would be helpful if I could produce the Goborimon skip just to reserve my HP and MP best I can. I took out Prominence Beam and put in Spitfire so that if I'm successful, then I'm not going to use much MP when having okay, well, I have made it to the other side, and by having Spitfire, if I was to fail and get into a battle with him, then Spitfire would be my only technique, which doesn't consume much MP, and also if successful like I was, then when I get into the battle here and I choose to run, if I attack, then I'll only use Spitfire, so I'll only consume 30 MP. Yeah, there. If it had been Prominence Beam, then it would have consumed a lot more than just 30 MP. But we produced the Goborimon skip. So if we, well, loot the Ogre Fortress, because there's now one part of it that we didn't have access to, which we do now have access to. There are items that can be sold, and then I can make when I'm done in the Ogre Fortress, I can make my way back to the Great Canyon and recruit Shalmon. Defense chip, that will be sold. Super attack disc, that will be sold. Attack chip, that will be sold. And sirloin, that will be sold. It's a shame that the restaurant isn't within range. If it was, then I could take Miramon to it. But it's not within range, so we're not going to be able to feed him. I'm not going to be able to make it back to the city in time. from here, I'm going to return to the city, and unfortunately I have to do so on foot. Since it's a no items challenge, I'm not allowed to use autopilots. I can, well, read the article about the Lake Guardian, but Seadramon only shows, I think it's 8 AM and 5 PM, and I think it's currently 7 PM, so I won't be able to see to him just yet. If I was to go to Beetleland, then I would currently be able to recruit Kuwagamon. However, I wouldn't be able to recruit Carboterimon, and that's due to the fact that I haven't yet recruited Greymon. You have to recruit Greymon in order to be able to recruit Carboterimon. And I want to recruit Kuwagamon and Carboterimon as soon as possible to have the benefits of the gym being upgraded by them. So it'd be really nice if I could defeat Greymon in this lifespan, defeat Greymon before Miramon fades away. So that I'll, be able to recruit Kuwagamon and Carboterimon and have the gym upgraded, ready for my next Digimon. There's the article, also the article about the UFO. So if I return to the crop circles in Mount Panorama, and then there will be more than one crop circle, and if the character acknowledges that, then later on there'll be another article which will say about an alien Digimon. But I think you need a minimum of 45 prosperity points in order for that to be possible. I'm not currently fit to battle Greymon because my HP and MP are not full. So I would either need to wait until Miramon wants to sleep and then recover HP and MP by sleeping, or I would have to rest a load of times. Each rest will recover HP and MP by 500. If I've got time to just continue training for the time being and recover HP and MP by sleeping, then that would probably be ideal, so that I would go into the battle against Greymon with the best possible stats. I'm also going to have the advantage of eating at the restaurant. I think one rest would be good enough. I didn't start training straight away since I was at the Olga Fortress when I woke up. The restaurant food is gonna help with tiredness. So I think one rest should be enough to prevent the sweat bubble from showing up. Well, it's day 14, so it's only one day until the rain plant appears. Helping ourselves to that will set us up for being able to recruit Vegiemon. He'll give us sirloins instead of giant meat. Sirloins can be sold at a higher price than giant meat, and we'll be able to buy a super carrot, which we can trade with one of the Molgemons. We'll get an Omni Floppy for that, which is one of the other trade items, and then if we catch the 2 fish that are needed, we'll then be in a position where we're able to recruit Molgemon. The only thing is that I would have to be careful, because recruiting Molgemon would mean getting the secret item shop set up in the city, and as a result of that, Ninjamon would show up on the Digimon Bridge, and so unless I'm in a position where I'm able to win against him in battle, I'll need to avoid his trigger spot. Yeah, I was satisfied with my HP, and I decided to train my defense a bit, because that's by far my weakest stat. Now I've gone back to HP, and if I don't train it too much, then the HP that I gain, I would be able to bring my HP up to the maximum by resting. Just there isn't much point in boosting my HP by 1,000 if I'm only going to rest once, because I'll be 500 HP short of full HP. But if I train it by 500 and rest, then I will have full HP when going into the next battle that I go into. There's today's giant meat, and we're about to enter the next day. The rain plant will be available, and instead of taking giant meat from Palmon, if I plan to recruit Vegiemon on day 15, then it would make more sense to recruit Vegiemon first, and then be given sirloins from Vegiemon instead of being given giant meat from Palmon. Well, Miramon is 14, so I can't imagine he's got much lifespan left inside of him. You have to remember, I've had a lot of care mistakes from not feeding Agumon or Miramon, and yeah, that did have an impact on my happiness and discipline, even though my happiness and discipline is now a lot better thanks to the restaurant. So from those care mistakes and the lack of happiness and discipline that I would have had, I think it's, you know, I don't think we've got much lifespan left. I think 14 is the oldest that Miramon is going to live until, and by speaking to Gigimon, we've now we've triggered the Greymon battle. By leaving like this, Greymon will show up. Here he is. Well, not the biggest win in the world. My HP did creep down to a low amount, but the important thing is I won the battle, and as well as getting the prosperity points for Greymon, I will now be able to recruit Carbuterimon when going to Beetle Land. Don't care about the giant meats or the attack chip. The rain plant is needed for recruiting Vegiemon, the meats are needed for fishing, the medium recoveries are needed for trading with the Moldramon in exchange for super defense discs, so that I can make a big profit. And earlier in the challenge it might have seemed strange why I was caring so much about money in a no items challenge, a challenge where it wouldn't make sense to buy items if I'm not allowed to use them, and you may have established that the reason why I've been valuing money is because of the restaurant. The restaurant is something that I do plan to really make the most of in this challenge, because it's really going to help. So most of my money is going to be spent on the restaurant. I've come here so that I can catch the fish that are needed for Moldramon trades. There's the black trout. There's the Digianchovy. So that leaves us just needing a Super Carrot and an Omnifloppy, but we'll get an Omnifloppy from trading the Super Carrot, so really we only need the Super Carrot. And then we'll be in a position where we can recruit Moldramon. And it looks like from here I decided to go to the tropical jungle with the intention of trying to recruit Vegiemon. You haven't spoken to Tainomon yet. You haven't had Tainomon mention about the strange plant growing in the tropical jungle, so the plant's not going to be there. You should head back rather than waste your time. You should have listened to me. Yeah, so I'm going to have to speak to Tainomon before I can recruit Vegiemon, and I don't believe Tainomon becomes active until 7 AM, so we've got a few hours to pass. Seedramon's not available yet. Tainamon's not active yet, so Vegiemon is not recruitable at the moment. We could train until 7 AM, we could rest until 7 AM. Alternatively, one thing that needs to be done is go into Mount Panorama and acknowledging the second crop circle. That will take the next step towards recruiting Vadermon. Since we got time on our hands, it would make sense to give that a shot. But guess what's about to happen? Oh dear. Our little trip to Mount Panorama got cancelled. So what happens next? Well, I choose the pink egg so that Yoramon will hatch from it, who will digivolve to Tainamon, and my intention is to digivolve from Tainamon to a rookie Digimon, and then from a rookie Digimon to Numamon. Reason for that is so that I can go to Toy Town with Numamon and have Numamon digivolve to Muncymon, and then I can speak to the robot Digimon who will unlock the door that leads towards Worumuncymon, so I'll have access to Worumuncymon. And then, rather than try and make Muncymon any more useful, the plan will then pretty much be to fade away, so that I can then start over afresh with a new Digimon who I plan to try to make a lot of progress with, and Worumuncymon will be available since the door would have been unlocked. So in this lifespan, the aim is to digivolve to Numamon, then Muncymon, then get the door unlocked, and then pretty much just wait until Muncymon fades away, so I can then move on to my next lifespan. And since I don't plan to do a tremendous amount in this lifespan, I'm not bothering to feed my Digimon. I will take it to the toilet when it wants to go to the toilet. I will there's other, good stuff that I will do, but I'm certainly going to be a bad tamer in various ways, and not feeding my Digimon will be one of those examples. And I've chosen to come to the tropical jungle so that I can recruit Vegiemon. I spoke to Tainamon, and here we are about to recruit Vegiemon. There are a handful of useful things that I plan to do in this lifespan. I'm currently doing one of them by recruiting Vegemon. There are some other things as well, other recruits. And I also plan to upgrade the gym with Tainomon. When you have a baby or in training Digimon, if you train on the same piece of equipment at the green gym a certain number of times, I think it might be 10 times, you end up upgrading that piece of equipment. The stat boost that you get from training gets increased, and it's a permanent thing. And if you train 10 times, or however many times it is, on the piece of equipment that boosts HP, and you do it with a baby Digimon or in training Digimon, then the HP boost that you get from training gets increased. Training attack will have the same effect. You know, you'll increase the stat boost that you get from training attack. Same if you do it with the piece of equipment that boosts speed and the piece of equipment that boosts defense. And then doing the same with the piece of equipment that boosts MP, increases the stat boost that you get from training MP and from training brains. So I'm going to be aiming to fully upgrade the whole of the green gym, and I'm going to be making the most of the Tainomon bug, which will make it possible for me to do what I've set out to do. Normally, you can't upgrade the whole of the green gym in just one life cycle, because your in training Digimon will digivolve to a rookie Digimon, but there is a glitch with Tainomon where if your attack is the highest, if your attack is your highest stat and your weight isn't within the range of 10 to 20, then Tainomon doesn't digivolve, and it won't digivolve unless a different stat overtakes attack, or your weight falls within the range of 10 to 20, and by Tainomon not digivolving, I can train 10 times on the piece of equipment that boosts HP, the piece of equipment that boosts MP, and the pieces of equipment that boost attack, defense, and speed. That way I will fully upgrade the whole of the green gym. So the stats increase that I get from the stat boost that I get from training will be increased. It will be increased for every piece of equipment, and the effects will be permanent. The only thing is that you can only do it once on each piece of equipment. You can only increase the HP boost that you get once. You can only increase the MP boost that you get once. Same with attack, defense, speed, and brains. But by upgrading the gym with Tainomon, as well as recruiting Kuwagamon and Kabuterimon, the green gym will be more effective, and so in my next lifespan I will get bigger stat boosts from training, so that will make training a lot more effective, and it will make the game easier because I'll be able to get better stats. Okay, you can see my attack went up to 8. It was initially 7, but it went up to 8, and that's because of the upgrade. So that is attack upgraded. But I will probably continue to train my attack a bit more. The reason for that is because I do need my attack to be the highest stat in order for the Tainomon glitch to occur. So when I'm training other stats, I can't have them overtake my attack. But I've taken a pause from training because we're about to reach okay, we've just reached a new hour, and I believe that this is one of the times that Seadramon features at the Dragon Eye Lake. So I've taken a pause from training to catch Seadramon, but instead of catching him just once and becoming friends with him and having him take me to Beetle Land, it's going to be a bit different. When I catch him for the first time, I'm not going to request friendship. Instead, it's going to be something different. Okay, he's taken the bait. And we reeled him in. My request, teach me a technique, aqua magic. He now leaves. I can't fish anymore, so I have to leave. Then return, and I will be able to fish again, and I will be able to catch Seadramon again, and that's what I'm going to do. He's taken the bait once again. We reeled him in once again. My request, teach me a technique, Winter Blast. Thank you. Seadramon leaves. I can't fish anymore. I have to leave and re-enter again. And there's one more technique that Seadramon can teach you, which I'm after. So it's going to be a case of requesting another technique. Giga Freeze. There are no more techniques that he can teach you. I have no use for the item that he gives you. It's a water bottle, Digivolution item, makes you Digivolve to Seadramon. So I do now catch Seadramon with the intention of requesting friendship so that I can go to Beetle Land. He's taken our bait for the last time. We've reeled him in for the last time. If I select technique, he says he can't teach us anything. So I pick friendship. He's given us the blue flute. And now he's taken us to Beetle Land so that we can recruit Kuwagamon and Carboterimon. I believe you also get prosperity points for Seadramon as well. very simple to recruit Kuwagamon and Kabuterimon. Just speak to them and pick the second option, and they will then join the city afterwards. Here's Kabuterimon. So second option, and now he's joined the city. The only catch is that for the second option to be available, you have to have recruited Greymon, otherwise that option isn't available, and it's only the other option that will be available, and picking that option doesn't result in Kabuterimon joining the city. So for the second option to be available, you need to have recruited Greymon. As for Kuwagamon, I don't think there are any initial requirements. I think the three options are always there, and the second one is the one you want to go with. Well, the recruitment of Kuwagamon and Kabuterimon, plus the gym upgrade that we are doing with Tainomon, that is the best that we can do as far as training is concerned, because it's a no items challenge, which means that I can't give super carrots or hawk radishes to my Digimon, so I won't be able to get the stat. I wouldn't be able to boost training effects by giving super carrots or hawk radishes to my Digimon, because that would be against the rules. And I also can't benefit from the training manual, because that would also be against the rules. Because even though I'm not giving the item to my Digimon directly, my Digimon would still be gaining from the item. But with all that done, we can now return to training. Meats are no longer useful. Dulux mushroom, I only picked that up so I could sell it. Sirloins have no usefulness. Nor does the blue apple. Everything else in my inventory is needed though. For the time being anyway. I want to boost my attack that little bit further, because I want it to stay ahead of the other stats. It did go up by 8, but since we've recruited Kuwagamon and Kabuterimon, it now goes up by 9. HP goes up by 72, which isn't very good. But we haven't upgraded it yet. And obviously Kuwagamon and Kabuterimon have upgraded it, but we haven't upgraded it with a baby or in training Digimon yet. That's what we're working towards. So the HP stat boost will go up once we have upgraded it with Tainemon. I believe in training Digimon need the toilet every 3 hours, so train for 3 hours and then take it to the toilet, train for another 3 hours, take it to the toilet. I'm not feeding my Digimon, but I will try to let it sleep when it wants to sleep. So I do need to watch out for that. I think in training Digimon, stay active for about 6 or 7 hours before they want to sleep. Okay, Tainemon does want to sleep. And it's a new day, so we can get some sirloins. The blue flute's just going to waste space in my inventory. In this lifespan, as well as opening the door that leads towards Worumansimon, I do also plan to recruit Moldramon, take the initial step towards recruiting Frigimon. So that means getting rescued by Frigimon in Friesland, as well as doing the initial bit of Greylord's Mansion, which means needing to have access to Greylord's Mansion and rescuing Myotismon for the first time, but going no further with Greylord's Mansion, because in order to be able to do the second bit of Greylord's Mansion, there's an article on the Xiaomon notice board that you need to read, and you need to have, I think you need to have a certain number of prosperity points in order for that article to feature. HP's been upgraded. We have to take things one step at a time. At the moment, we've simply got an in-training Digimon, Tainemon, and our current objective is to upgrade the Green Gym, and that's what we're doing. And I'm now training MP to upgrade the piece of equipment that boosts MP, as well as the piece of equipment that boosts brains. I don't think it's possible to upgrade the piece of equipment that boosts brains by training brains. I think the only way to go about it is by upgrading the piece of equipment that boosts MP, which also boosts brains as well. Tainomon will be late with Digivolve into a rookie due to this glitch, and our rookie Digimon will be late with Digivolve into Numamon. But there will be ample time for Numamon to Digivolve to Muncymon, and there will come a time where we will just be passing the time as quickly as possible, waiting for Muncymon to fade away, because we will be eager to move on to the next lifespan. It's just about trying to make the best preparations for the next lifespan. So the gym being as upgraded as we can make it, the restaurant being available, Woru Muncymon being available, you know, initial steps towards the recruitment of certain Digimon being taken. Well, we are almost there with MP and Brains, and when they're done, they'll be added to the list. We've already done attack and HP, and we're close to also doing MP and Brains. Okay, MP and Brains are sorted as well. That just leaves defense and speed. They're the only two left to upgrade. The only issue with this is that, well, you would have noticed that MP is over 1,000, attack is over 100, and if we are aiming to Digivolve to Numamon, then in order to Digivolve to him, we have to not fulfill enough of the requirements for any of the natural champions that the rookie Digimon can digivolve to, and in order to not fulfill any of the stat requirements, we would need for our HP and MP to both be under 1000, and for our attack, defense, speed and brains to all be under 100, and that's not the case, and so it's possible that we might be fulfilling some of the stat requirements for some of the natural champion Digimon, and because of that, when I'm done training, I will need to repeatedly praise and scold Tainomon so that her happiness and discipline are in the minimum, or virtually in the minimum, so that that will result in the butterfly getting produced. The butterfly is something that you get when your happiness and discipline are both very low, and it causes your happiness to go back up, but it also causes your stats to go down, and I think it shortens your Digimon's lifespan as well. So when we're done training, if we produce the butterfly with Tainomon, then we can get our stats to go down so that we can bring our HP and MP down to under 1000, and we can bring our attack, defense, speed and brains down to under 100. That way we won't be fulfilling any of the stat requirements for any of the natural champion Digimon that our rookie Digimon would be able to digivolve to after we digivolve from Tainomon to a rookie Digimon. As well as the stats, there's also care mistakes, weight, and the bonus condition. By not feeding our Digimon, our rookie's weight will be very low, and care mistakes will be very high, and I think that will rule out the majority of the champion Digimon, if not all of them. And so even if we do end up fulfilling the odd requirement for a Digimon, I don't think there's any risk of us digivolving to a natural champion. So I'm sure you have to fulfill 3 of the requirements. We won't be fulfilling the stat requirement, and so unless we fulfill the weight requirement, care mistake requirement and bonus condition, then we should digivolve to Numemon, and I can't imagine us fulfilling the weight requirement, care mistake requirement and bonus condition. And we're there. Okay, every single piece of equipment at the Green Gym has now been upgraded. And my next priority is to take the first step towards recruiting Frigimon, which will require us to get sick in Friesland. Tainemon is a Digimon who can get sick in Friesland, and if you do get sick in Friesland with Tainemon, then you will get rescued by Frigimon, thus taking the first step towards recruiting Frigimon. Just before I set off to Friesland though, here I'm repeatedly praising and scolding Tainemon to bring down my happiness and discipline, and that's in the interest of producing the butterfly. I explained to you why the butterfly is needed. It will help with Digivolving to Numamon. So when heading to Friesland, the butterfly will appear, and in Friesland I need Tainemon to become sick so that I can get rescued by Frigimon. Normally you would just give a mouldy meat to your Digimon. That's the fastest and easiest way of making it sick, but since this is a no items challenge, we aren't allowed to give items to our Digimon, so we can't make our Digimon sick by giving it a mouldy meat or any other item. So instead we have to get sick the hard way. We have to just loiter in Friesland for a lengthy amount of time until Tainemon eventually becomes sick, and then we can get rescued by Frigimon. So I'm going to go to Friesland. I'm going to loiter by the toilet so that when Tainemon needs the toilet, she'll go to the toilet. I will monitor my stats. I will probably have to do more praising and scolding so that we'll have the butterfly for even longer, because I do need, you know, all of my stats to be low enough so that I'm not fulfilling any of the stat requirements. And well, when Tainemon does eventually become sick and we get rescued by Frigimon, I can then go to the Moldjamons. I can do the necessary trades so that Moldjamon joins the city, and I can also trade my medium HPs for super defense discs and sell them for a large profit. And once all that's done, I can then focus on Digivolving to a rookie Digimon, which will just require one of our stats to overtake our attack. Okay, so just going to loiter here. So the stats have gone down, but attack and speed are still 100 or more. So I put my happiness and discipline back down, then I sleep. And I chose only to sleep and not to save as well, just in case this was to go terribly wrong. Okay, stats are now all under the thresholds, but they are still close, and when we digivolve to a rookie, our stats will go up, and there is the risk that we might end up going over the threshold. Okay, Tainomon is now sick. And this is where she collapses and we get saved by Frigimon. And if we return to Frigimon with a Digimon who can tolerate the cold and speak to Frigimon, he'll join the city afterwards. All the trades with him are done. Okay, every item's been traded with him. That just leaves the last remaining Moldramon. He's now joined, and I just need to remember to be careful when I'm on the Digimon bridge, because Ninjamon will show up. And I decide to put my happiness and discipline down to the minimum once again, because I was concerned that when digivolving, some of my stats might exceed the threshold, so I decided to have the butterfly once more, so that hopefully my stats would stay under the threshold after digivolving to a rookie. I traded all of the medium HPs for super defense discs. So this is where I sleep. I save because a lot of progress has been made. And from here I now head back to the city. Have to do it the slow way. Autopilots aren't allowed, unfortunately. And the objective from here is to... Okay, I didn't want a Digimushroom. The objective from here is to Digivolve from Tainomon to a rookie Digimon, because I believe that Tainomon's usefulness is now over. The possible Digivolutions are Palmon and Betamon. I think that if your MP is your highest stat, then you Digivolve to Palmon. I think that if your speed or brains is the highest stat, then you Digivolve to Palmon. I think that if your defense is the highest stat, then you Digivolve to Betamon. If your attack is the highest stat, then you don't Digivolve. I'm not sure about HP. Maybe having higher HP means Digivolve into Betamon? I'm not sure. Just according to like a guide, apparently having speed or brains at the highest results in Palmon, whereas having defense at the highest results in Betamon. But it also says that apparently having MP the highest results in Palmon as well, and then that just leaves me wondering about HP, but I'm not sure. I guess if you're aiming for Betamon, then it might be best for your HP and defense to be the two highest stats. Surely then you would Digivolve to Betamon. Well, firstly, I don't want useless items taking up space in my inventory. I can purchase another load of medium recoveries, because I do plan to do more trading with that particular Moldramon. the one who gives you super defense discs for medium recoveries. But I put them in the item bank so that my inventory would be fully clear, because I was planning on going to Greylord's mansion to do the initial bit, and there are a lot of available items there, so the more space in my inventory, the better. And it occurred to me that the fastest way to get a Digivolution would be for my speed to overtake. And I did bonus try so that it didn't go up by as much, because I still need to be mindful of those thresholds. Palmon is my Digimon. And all of my stats are under the threshold, so I don't need to worry about fulfilling the stat requirements for any of the natural champion Digimon that Palmon can Digivolve to. I don't have anything useful to be doing with Palmon. It's purely a case of passing the time until she digivolves to Numamon. I think you have to have a rookie Digimon for 4 days in order for it to digivolve to Numamon. And that's without fulfilling the necessary requirements for natural Digivolutions, of course. So I'm pretty much just going to be resting until Palmon digivolves to Numamon. I won't be feeding her, so that weight will be low and care mistakes will be high. I will take her to the toilet, I will let her sleep, I will get sirloins from Vegemon, but apart from that I'm just pretty much going to be passing the time until Palmon digivolves. Rookie Digimon, I believe they need the toilet every 4 hours, so every time I rest 4 times, 4 hours would have passed and Palmon should need the toilet, and I take her to the toilet, but it is pretty much just a case of resting in Gigimon's house, going to the toilet, getting sirloins from Vegemon, sleeping, and just repeating the process until Palmon digivolves. Well, Palmon wants to sleep. Today's sirloins Then if we sleep next to Vegemon, when we wake up it will be a new day, so we can help ourselves to another load of sirloins. And we don't need to speak to Vegemon again until tomorrow. And now the resting continues. And I decided to speed the video up. I think you get the gist of what I'm doing, and I didn't see any harm in speeding the video up. I thought it would be better if I did speed the video up, because I don't want to bore you viewers too badly. Okay, so Palmon wants to sleep again. No need to speak to Vegemon yet, so just sleep here instead and carry on resting. Yeah, I thought if it's just content that's not very exciting and content that's repetitive, I thought that it'd probably be better to speed it up. And that's what I decided to do. And it's just going to be more of the same until Digivolving. These sirloins are these sirloins that I'm getting, I'm solely getting them just to sell them. I can't give them to my Digimon, and they have no other purpose that I can think of. So I'm only getting sirloins so that I can sell them, and the money that I make can go towards the restaurant. I'm not using the restaurant with... Well, I won't be using the restaurant in this lifespan, because I can't think of any battles that I'm planning on having in this lifespan. And once Muntzimon's usefulness is over, I'm just going to want him to fade away as quickly as possible. Okay, we're Digivolving. Numamon it is. And he's the only Digimon who can be used to Digivolve to Muntzimon, but before that, seeing as Numamon is a virus Digimon, he is one of the privileged Digimon that can enter Greylord's mansion, and so from here I would like to go to Greylord's mansion so that I can take the initial step towards recruiting my Ultismon, and I can also loot Greylord's mansion because there's a fair few items there. And the money that I make from selling those items will certainly add up and go some of the way towards the money that I'm going to be spending at the restaurant. The restaurant is the biggest drain that there's going to be on my money. It's what I'm going to be spending most of my money on, and it's going to be money well spent. Not only does it boost stats and help with happiness, discipline, tiredness and lifespan, it can also influence Digivolutions as well, because in a challenge like this, you're able to feed your Digimon at the restaurant and without breaking any rules, so you're able to avoid care mistakes, and you're able to increase your Digimon's weight as well. So the restaurant also has a big role to play when it comes to influencing Digivolutions. You won't be seeing any of that in this lifespan, but there are other lifespans to follow. Well, the most sensible thing would be to go to the only door that isn't locked, which is this one. And then this door, which is also an unlocked door. Here, the mansion key, which enables us to unlock most of the locked doors. In here, there's a couple of brain chips. Between them, they will sell for the best part of 10,000 bits. We've already been through this door, but there was another door in this room that we weren't able to go through previously, but now that we've got the mansion key, we were able to go through it. MP chip, so 3 item chips, they alone will rake in virtually 15,000 bits. So I've got 2 spaces in my inventory left. I won't be able to collect every item in one go. There's not going to be enough space in my inventory. So we've got 1 more space in our inventory. That space will be used up by the key that Myotismon gives us. We will clear up that space when we use the key on the refrigerator, but then that space will get used up by the sirloin that we collect. And if you were to only collect 1 and give it to Myotismon, then you would then have a space in your inventory. But if you've seen any of my previous videos for this game, then you'll realise that I like to collect 2 of these sirloins so that I can keep one for myself. Therefore, I'm not going to have any space in my inventory. Now, I won't be able to collect the items in this room, not yet, but I wanted to just unlock the door so that I'll have access to the room later, and without the need of the mansion key, unlock this door as well and use a shortcut back down to the room where the toilet is. The refrigerator is just through here. We're back in this room, and if I go down here and exit through this door, I would have used the mansion key on every door that the mansion key can be used on, and therefore the mansion key is no longer a necessary item, and it can go in the item bank. Because it has no more useful purposes. When you give the sirloin to Myotismon, it results in the sirloin no longer spawning, but until you give the sirloin to Myotismon, the sirloin respawns, as you saw, because I collected 2. I'll give 1 to Myotismon, and then I'll put the other in the item bank. It's just because if you collect just 1 sirloin and give it to Myotismon, then you don't get another opportunity to collect the sirloin. So I like to collect 2 and put 1 in the item bank, just so that I've then got an item on me which is a missable item. I just like to make the most of the opportunity to have the item on me, even though it doesn't have any useful purposes. So we've done the initial bit of Greylord's Mansion, and when we have enough prosperity points, there'll be an article on Shalmon's board which will be about Myotismon, and then if you return to Greylord's Mansion, Myotismon will be missing, and from there you can work towards recruiting Skull Greymon. I'm going back to the city from here so that I can put the mansion key and the sirloin into the item bank, as well as anything else that might be of use. And items that are not of use can be sold, and I can then retrieve my medium HPs from the item bank and then go back to Greylord's Mansion just to collect the items from there that I haven't yet collected due to limited inventory space. And then I can head to Friesland, where I can trade my medium HPs for super defense discs, and I can also go to Toy Town and digivolve from Numamon to Muncymon, and then speak to the robot Digimon so that he unlocks the door that leads towards Worumuncymon. But we don't have to defeat Worumuncymon with Muncymon. We can defeat Worumuncymon with any Digimon. We just have to speak to the robot Digimon with Muncymon as our partner Digimon in order for the robot Digimon to unlock the door for us. So, since I need to go to Toy Town, and since Friesland is near Toy Town, I thought it made sense to tie in a trip with the Moldramon, so that I'll have plenty of money ahead of when I begin my next lifespan. And I just wanted to get the initial bit of Greylord's Mansion done, and profit from the items that you can collect from the Greylord's Mansion. So we are going to Greylord's Mansion from here, and then from the Greylord's Mansion we'll be going to Friesland. Just 4 items in here. And we have no further use for Greylord's Mansion at the moment. then once we digivolve to Muncymon, Numamon will be history. We need him for the Muncymon Digivolution, and he was one of the Digimon that was able to enter Greylord's mansion. So I wanted to try and make the most of Numamon's usefulness. I'm in a position where I could recruit Frigimon, but that's something that I don't want to do yet. That's something that I want to put on hold for a long time. The reason for that is because when it comes to the Digimon who work at the restaurant, I value Miramon the most because of the food that he offers and the stat boost that you get from it, 5 attack and 3 brains. So I want Miramon, for the time being, I want Miramon to be the only Digimon working at the restaurant, so that when I eat there, it's always going to be Miramon working there. It's always going to be his foods that are available, and it will be attack and brains that will be boosted from eating at the restaurant. With Frigimon, I think his most expensive food boosts MP by 50 and speed by 2, which I consider to be less valuable than having my attack and brains boosted. Attack boosted by 5, brains boosted by 3. So I want to refrain from recruiting any more of the restaurant Digimon for the time being. I want it to just be Miramon at the moment. It's vital to remember to speak to the robot Digimon. If you were to simply digivolve to Muncymon and then leave, then no progress would have been made. You have to come in here and speak to the Digimon. So Worumuncymon is available to us when we decide that we feel like we're capable of taking him on. But we're done in Toy Town for now. So if we head back to Friesland and go to where the Moldramons are and trade our medium HPs, then when we return to the city we can sell the super defense discs that we got from trading the medium HPs, plus the items that we got from Greylord's mansion. There was a large, if I remember rightly, there was a large MP, protective floppy, medicine and defense disc, so they can all be sold. I can't remember all of the items from the Greylord's mansion, but I must have made a good 20,000 bits from selling them all. The MP chip and brain chips alone were the best part of 15,000. There was a restore, that was 2,000. Omni floppy, that brings it up to 3,500. I think 2 medicines, that brings it up to 4,500. Protective floppy, that brings it up to 5,100. Defense disc, 5,350. Autopilots, 5,650. Sirloin, I think, would make it 6,400. So yeah, definitely over 20,000 bits. But we're going to make a much bigger profit here with this Moldramon. There we are done. I had to pause there for some reason. I can't remember what it was I paused for, but I showed you the timer so that you could see how long I had paused for, just a few minutes, and I speeded the video up as well. The 99 super defense discs, they sell for 198,000 bits. The medium HPs cost 49,500. So I think that's a profit of 148,500 bits every time you do the Moldramon money trick, provided no other costs are involved. Such costs could include having Birdramon fly you to Friesland, using an autopilot to return to the city, but either way, even if you were to do that, you'd still make over 145,000 each time you do the money trick. We haven't recruited Birdramon and we're not allowed to use autopilots, so no other costs have been involved. 148,500 bits is what we will make from doing the trades with the Moldramon. I get so used to, you know, relying on autopilots. It makes a bit of a change having to, you know, return to the city on foot everywhere I go. But, well, not being allowed to use autopilots isn't exactly the top of the challenge. In the absence of HP recovery items and MP recovery items is going to prove to be a lot more difficult, especially in some of the battles that are to come. Well, I made it back to the city in one piece. I don't believe Muntzimon is far away from wanting to sleep. I think it might be the next hour, in fact. If that's right, then we'll only have to rest once in order to make it up to the hour where Muntzimon wants to sleep. Resting is something that I am going to need to do a lot of with Muntzimon in order to pass the time. Because I need Muntzimon to fade away before I can move on to my next Digimon, you know, my next lifespan. And resting is going to be an obvious way of passing the time. So he needs to sleep, and that's the only thing that he does need. And I can continue resting, and I decided to speed the video up like I did with Palmon, mainly because it's just me resting, and I think Champion Digimon and Ultimate Digimon need the toilet every 6 hours. So 6 rests, and then Muntzimon needed the toilet. And initially I decide not to do any more resting just yet, and instead I decide to go back to the Great Canyon from here, because I decided that I wanted to try and get the most dreaded part of the game out of the way as early as possible, and so I'm actually heading to the Monochromon shop because I would like to succeed at the Monochromon shop minigame and recruit Monochromon during this lifespan with Muncymon. So I went back to the city initially and sold the items that are in my inventory. I rested so that Muncymon needed to sleep. I then rested more, took him to the toilet, was given sirloins by Vegemon, slept again, and then was given the next lot of sirloins, and then from there I am heading to Monochromon. The Monochromon recruit is the worst part of the game in my opinion. It's the most dreaded part of the game for me. I really don't like the Monochromon shop minigame one bit, but I wanted to try and get it out of the way so I didn't have it playing on my mind for later. And since Munchymon's got plenty of days left inside of him, I thought that I would come here and give this shop a try. Now I agree to it, and the first try was unsuccessful, so I allow Muncymon to use the toilet but don't feed him, and instead I just go straight back into the shop and have another try. So this will be take 2. Which also ends unsuccessfully. So I let Muncymon go to the toilet again, but I don't feed him, and I don't let him sleep either. And this time he wants to sleep as well as wanting food, but instead of letting him sleep, I just want to get as many tries at the Monochromon shop as possible. So I decide to do another shift instead of letting Muncymon sleep, and that was also unsuccessful. So I head back in for take number 4. Another unsuccessful try. So we try again. Gotsumon, reasonable customer. Medicine, excellent choice. Try and get 1200 out of him. And that's made a profit of 500 bits. Not bad. Weedmon, bad customer. Ooh, medicine, excellent choice. Try and sell it for 1100. Okay, so 2 medicines, great way to start. 2 medicines, 900 bits. Make that 3 medicines. Try and sell for 1200 since it's Gotsumon. And we make 1400 bits from just 3 customers. 3 customers in and we're almost halfway there. But now it's meat. That's no good. And the Digimon storms off. So we've effectively had 5 customers. Because I believe you lose a customer when a customer storms off. With meat, I always maintain the price. It's worth such little. Ooh, medicine. And try and sell 1500 and succeed. So I've up to 2200 bits and we're not even halfway yet. Yeah, meat's worth such little that I always maintain the price. It's really not worth stressing yourself over a tiny bit extra. But portable potties and medicines, I like to raise the price. Goborimon I consider to be the most easygoing customer, and when he asks for a medicine or portable potty, I try and raise the price to the maximum. Can we sell a medicine here for 1500 and be virtually there? No. Weedmon I consider to be a very difficult customer and I tend to raise the price by just 1 step. Gotsumon I consider to be an okay customer. I try to raise the price by 2 steps. And Muchomon is very unpredictable in my experiences, but I do try to raise the price to the maximum when it's a portable potty or a medicine that they're asking for. But meat I usually maintain the price no matter what. I'm trying to get 1200 here. Okay. And we're only about 300 bits away from the target, so a medicine at regular price should do it. Yeah, a medicine at regular price will be enough. Okay, we're, I'd say, less than 150 bits away. If we can sell this for 360, then I think we'll be there. $330. Oh, 3,075. I reckon that's probably enough. we're definitely there now. Well, we didn't succeed straight away. It did take quite a lot of tries, but we did get there in the end. Monochromon has been recruited, and so the most frustrating part of the game is out of the way as far as I'm concerned. The target you have to make, it's somewhere between 3,000 and 3,100, but if you make it up to 3,100 or more, then you'll be guaranteed to succeed. I don't want to let Muncymon sleep just yet, because I believe there are sirloins to be collected today. So if I can make it back to the city before the day ends and retrieve our sirloins and then sleep, wake up tomorrow and then grab tomorrow's sirloins while we're at it. Now we can sleep. Rather than go straight back to the rest inn, it did occur to me that Dremolgemon is a recruitable Digimon. When we were last in the lava cave, we spoke to him, and that was a lot more than 3 days ago, so he'll now be done drilling, and if we speak to him again, then he'll join the city. And also there's those crop circles at Mount Panorama. I tried to go there with Miramon, but faded away before I had the chance. So I'm going to where the crop circles are, so that I can acknowledge that there's now more than one of them. And then I can head to Drill Tunnel and recruit Dremolgemon. we go this way, then we can enter Drill Tunnel through the new entrance that the Dromulgemon has created by doing the last of his drilling, and if we enter that way, then we will be right next to Dromulgemon when we enter, and we can speak to him straight away and he'll join the city. I want to return to the city myself, and the fastest way is to leave like we just did and then attempt to re-enter. Then we're given the option to cut straight through. Now we're here, much closer to the city. Where are we up to with the headlines? Okay, there is the article about Myotismon. So if we return to Greylord's mansion, then he will be missing, but we need a virus Digimon, and we need to be in a position where we can defeat Tekamon and Skull Greymon, and without the need of any items. In the meantime, I am now going to be resting, and that's the only thing that I'm going to be doing until Muncymon fades away. So just rest, let him use the toilet, let him sleep, retrieve sirloins from Vegiemon, just repeat the process until Muncymon fades away. That is all we're doing. We are now just waiting for Muncymon to fade away. And I chose to speed the video up. And every 6 rests, Muncymon will need the toilet, because every 6 rests will mean 6 hours gone. The sirloins will sell for a fair bit, 750 bits each. So if you get given 3, that's 2,250. If you get given 5, then that's 3,750. So the sirloins will certainly go towards the restaurant bills. Please bear with me, it shouldn't be too much longer. The days are going by very quickly with all the resting, plus the video being speeded up. So please bear with me. Ah, there we are. We are fading away. And now we can focus on our next life, where I am going to be making a lot of progress towards completing the game, a lot of progress towards recruiting Digimon and making it up to 100 prosperity points. I won't be doing it all in my next lifespan, but I'm going to be making a lot of progress towards it. The green egg is the one that I want, and I'll be starting off with Bottomon as my Digimon. And from the very start I want to be the best possible tamer that I can be. I want to be avoiding care mistakes, maximising happiness, discipline, lifespan, stats, you name it. So whenever my Digimon wants to eat, I want to go to the restaurant and have it eat. When it wants the toilet, I want to take it to the toilet. When it wants to sleep, I want it to sleep. And I also want to rest accordingly so that we don't end up seeing the sweat bubble. And amongst all of that, we need to be training as well, because we need the best possible stats in order to win the battles that we're going to be faced with. And I also need certain stats in order to fulfill the requirements of the Digimon that I'm going to be aiming to Digivolve to. The restaurant will also help with Digivolution because of the weight that we'll gain, the care mistakes that will be prevented, the happiness and discipline that will be gained. I purchased another 99 medium recoveries, which are to go into the item bank. That's just in case I run out of money or get low on money. I'll have 99 medium recoveries reserved in the item bank so they can be traded for super defense discs and then sold. So that way I'll have money should I need it.
with Digivolutions, you have to take it one step at a time. My initial priority would be to Digivolve from Bottomon to Coromon, but you can't really go wrong there, can you? And surely enough, we are now Digivolving.
And what a shock! It's Coromon. Who could have guessed that? Well, now that we've Digivolved to Coromon, my next aim is to Digivolve to Agumon. And according to a Digivolution guide that I was going by, in order to Digivolve to Agumon, you need attack to be your highest stat out of attack, defense, speed and brains. And in order to Digivolve to Gabumon, you just need one of the others to be the highest stat, so either defense, speed or brains. So when Digivolving, we need our attack to be superior to defense, speed and brains in order to Digivolve to Agumon, or at least that's what I've been told. Our attack will go up by eating at the restaurant, so we don't have to rely solely on the gym for increasing our attack, but I will probably still need to do some training. I probably will still need to train my attack somewhat. The restaurant will help, and I can, you know, train other stats as well, but I probably will need to train my attack too, because it does need to be ahead of the other stats. I believe in training Digimon want food and need the toilet every 3 hours. I have to leave the green gym when my Digimon needs the toilet. I also have to leave the green gym when my Digimon wants to eat. But when Coromon signalled for food not long ago, I then trained once more so that Coromon needed the toilet as well. And he was still signalling for food, because you have up to an hour and a half to feed them, and that way I was able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and I've done the same here. Instead of leaving and feeding Coromon straight away, I trained once more so that Coromon wanted to eat and wanted the toilet at the same time, so I was able to see to both things when leaving. And because even after training for an extra hour, I still had up to half an hour to make it to the restaurant. I'm pretty much just training all of my stats, really. I got HP and MP up to 500, so now I'm working on my other stats. I'm just training all of them, really, but I don't need to be quite so focused on attack or brains, since those two stats are getting boosted by the restaurant, although attack more so than brains. Attack goes up by 5, brains goes up by 3, so brains doesn't get boosted as much. And it looks like the cycle's been affected because I wasn't able to go to the restaurant and take Koromon to the toilet at the same time. Koromon signalled for food. It was at least 2 hours before he needed the toilet. I trained once more, but he was still only signalling for food. That's annoying because I can't tie both things in with each other if they're too far apart. If my discipline was at the maximum, then Koromon would, when wanting the toilet, Koromon would hold on for over an hour, so I would be able to delay taking him to the toilet by an extra hour, because I could train one more time before leaving for the toilet, and then by then Koromon might be signalling for food, and then I would be able to see to the toilet and the restaurant at the same time. But our discipline is nowhere near full, so that's not an option, not at the moment anyway. Okay, so my attack is ahead of the rest of my stats, but it is close though. Defense is currently behind. Oh, Coromon wants to eat as well. I think that's now twice that we've slept while Coromon is our Digimon, so we can't be far away from Digivolving. Attack now has a sizable lead over the rest of the stats. Eating at the restaurant will push it up even further, and it would probably be okay to train some of the other stats, because I think our attack will stay in front until we Digivolve. Defense is the furthest behind, so that's the stat that I'd like to work on. And we are now Digivolving. While I was training, I was, thinking about my Digivolution from Coromon to my rookie Digimon, and I wanted it to be Agumon. And I was also thinking about, Agumon is our Digimon, but I was also thinking about the Digivolution from Agumon to the champion Digimon. And so instead of, as well as you know, ensuring that attack was superior to defense, speed and brains, I was also thinking about the required stats for the next Digivolution being the Digivolution from Agumon to a champion Digimon. And, well, we have now got Agumon, and the champion Digimon that I'm aiming to Digivolve to is Greymon, and the stat requirement for Greymon is for attack, defense, speed and brains to all be 100 or more. HP and MP are irrelevant. It's just attack, defense, speed and brains. They all have to be 100 or more. So I'm going to be training to ensure that my attack, defense, speed and brains are all 100 or more. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. Well, thanks to the restaurant, I am now able to feed my Digimon when it wants to eat, unlike the last time when I had Agumon, where I wasn't able to feed him, and I ended up Digivolving to Miramon. But thanks to the restaurant, I am now able to feed my Digimon when it wants to eat, so I can avoid the care mistake of not feeding my Digimon. I can avoid having my Digimon mess on the floor by taking it to the toilet, which is what I've done most of the time throughout this challenge. Also it's important that I let my Digimon sleep when it wants to sleep. That's something that I've been doing most of the time. And I don't think getting the sweat bubble is a care mistake, but nonetheless I will aim to avoid that, to do that, well, the restaurant food will help because it takes away tiredness, but I will also rest at the clinic as well to try and avoid the sweat bubble. So by feeding Agumon, taking him to the toilet, letting him sleep, it is possible for me to keep my care mistakes between 0 and 1, which is the requirement. Stats are easy, just train. The weight requirement for Greymon, off the top of my head, I think it's 25 to 35. If I was to get the guide up, then I would know for sure. But I think it's 25 to 35. And I'm honestly not sure if we're going to fulfill the weight requirement. The restaurant will help, because each time we eat what we eat, I think our weight goes up by 4. So the restaurant will certainly help with fulfilling the weight requirement. As for the bonus condition, having your discipline 90% full will fulfill the bonus condition for Greymon. Well, our discipline is going up from eating and going to the toilet. That alone might be enough to get our discipline up to where we need it to be. Failing that, I can just scold Agumon just to boost discipline that little bit more, should it be needed. But stats are no problem. Care mistakes shouldn't be a problem. Bonus conditions shouldn't be a problem. Weight, I'm not sure about. But Greymon is the Digimon that I am aiming to Digivolve to. And if I get up the Digivolution guide. I'm just going through it now. So, Greymon, 100 attack, defense, speed and brains, as I said. Care mistakes, maximum of 1, as I said. Weight, 25 to 35, which is what I thought it was. Bonus condition, either have your discipline 90% full, or have a minimum of 35 techniques. Well, I don't have enough techniques, but the discipline I'll be able to see to. The other Digimon that Agumon can digivolve to, Miramon, the stat requirement is 100 attack. I will be fulfilling that requirement. Care mistakes minimum of 5, won't be fulfilling that. Weight 15 to 25. Well, if I continue to eat at the restaurant, then I reckon it's possible that my weight might end up over that limit. The bonus condition, a minimum of 10 battles or a minimum of 28 techniques, so I won't be fulfilling the bonus condition. And the fact that I won't be fulfilling the care mistake requirement either, I think rules out any possibility of digivolving to Miramon. Because stats and weight, even if both of those are fulfilled, that's only 2 requirements, and I think you need to fulfill 3 requirements. Birdramon, stat requirement 100 speed, I will be fulfilling that. Care mistakes 3 or more, won't be fulfilling that. Weight 15 to 25, well that's the same as Miramon. And then bonus condition, either have Biomon as your Digimon or have a minimum of 35 techniques. Won't be fulfilling either of those. So I'm only going to fulfill a maximum of 2 of the requirements for Birdramon. As for Centauramon, stat requirement, brains 100, will be fulfilling that. Care mistakes 3 or less, will be fulfilling that. Weight 25 to 35, same as Greymon. Discipline, well, bonus condition, techniques 28 or more, or discipline a minimum of 60%. I will be fulfilling the discipline requirement, so the bonus condition. So it looks like I will also be fulfilling just as many requirements for Centauramon. But in my experiences, doing things this way results in my Digimon digivolve into Greymon rather than Centauramon. Monochromon, stat requirement 1000 HP, 100 defense and brains. HP is under 1000, so I won't be fulfilling the stat requirement. Care mistakes 3 or less, I will be fulfilling that. Weight 35 to 45, I probably won't fulfill that. That seems a bit too high. One of the bonus conditions is a maximum of 5 battles. I will be fulfilling that, but that and the care mistake requirement alone won't be adequate. So it's important to keep my HP under 1000 so I don't fulfill the stat requirement for Monochromon. Tyrannomon, 1000 HP, 100 defense. Won't be fulfilling the stat requirement as long as my HP stays under 1000. Care mistakes 5 or less. I will be fulfilling that. Weight 25 to 35, same as Greymon. One of the bonus conditions is to have a maximum of 5 battles. I will be fulfilling that. So it looks like I will probably fulfill 3 of the requirements for Tyrannomon. So very important to keep my HP under 1000 so that I don't fulfill all 4 of the requirements for Tyrannomon. And are there any other Digimon that Agumon can Digivolve to? Greymon, Miramon, Birdramon, Centauramon, Monochromon, Tyrannomon. Pretty sure that I mentioned all of those Digimon. I've made sure to keep my HP and MP under 1000, although it looks like it probably wasn't necessary to keep my MP under 1000, but keeping my HP under 1000 will certainly help with Digivolving to Greymon. And my attack, defense, speed and brains are all 100 or more, so I'm fulfilling that requirement. And I've been taking Agumon to the restaurant every time he wants to eat, taking him to the toilet every time he needs the toilet, letting him sleep when he wants to sleep. So it looks like at the moment things are all going pretty well. I think I'm doing everything right to maximise my chances of Greymon being the Digimon that I Digivolve to. Since my attack, defense, speed and brains are all 100 or more, and I need to be careful with my HP, I can continue to train and attack, speed and brains. Those are probably the stats that I value the most. Defense, not so much. The reason why I'm keen for Greymon to be my Digimon is because he does seem to be a good all-round Digimon. His finish seems to be quite powerful. He seems to have, like when you Digivolve to him, your stats seem to increase a fair bit. He can also use Prominence Beam, which we've already learnt. So he'll be able to use Prominence Beam, and he can also learn and use Meltdown. I don't currently have Meltdown, but Meltdown is a technique that I am hoping to learn, and I'm hoping to learn it with Greymon as my Digimon. But before I can worry about that, I need to Digivolve to Greymon first. Nothing wrong with training speed, but I do need to ensure that my HP stays under 1000. When training speed, HP gets boosted as well. So I'll have to stop training speed once I get into a position where I can't train my speed any further without my HP reaching 1000. But there's still attack and brains. I don't focus on them quite as much since the restaurant is making those stats go up. But I do still have to train them, because if I wasn't to train them and I was to only train everything else, then they would end up falling quite a bit adrift of the other stats. You know, the restaurant alone won't be able to do it. I do need to, you know, still train the stats myself. Choosing speed because I think it's important, and it's a stat that doesn't get boosted by the restaurant. Same is true with defense, but I value that less than the other stats. HP and MP I need to work on, but not until after I digivolve. Because if I'm successful with digivolving to Greymon, then it would be okay to train my HP without the risk of it jeopardizing an intended digivolution. At the moment, training HP could jeopardize my intention of digivolving to Greymon, but if I digivolve to Greymon, then once I have him, I don't have to worry about HP staying under certain limits. And I keep accidentally returning to the restaurant. I'm sure I press to run away from the restaurant, like I did just there, but sometimes I seem to run back into the restaurant, which is not what I want to do. I think you need to have a rookie Digimon for 72 hours before it can digivolve to a champion. When I digivolved from Koromon to Agumon, I believe I was 1, so 72 hours later would take us through until we are 4, but I think it was quite late into the day when I digivolved to Agumon. I think it was only a few hours prior to when he wanted to sleep. So when we wake up, it should still be probably about half a day or so before Agumon should digivolve to Greymon, but just to be on the safe side when sleeping, I chose only to sleep and not to save as well. Reason being is if this intended digivolution went tragically wrong, then I would at least have time to put it right. Because the save file that we would go back to would be quite a while ago, and I would have time to do things differently and change things to try and ensure that Greymon is the Digimon that we Digivolve to. The discipline's looking good, and if I am right about how much time we've got before we Digivolve, then from eating more and using the toilet more, I'm sure our discipline will be where it needs to be. Brains is something that will have to be at a minimum of 300 once we're done, so that I will have the distance command. My weight was 29. Going to the restaurant I think will make it 33, but going to the toilet will put it down a bit. It is currently within the range of 25 to 35, so we are currently fulfilling the weight requirement for Greymon. I was saying about brains, needs to be a minimum of 300, so I have the distance command. If I think about how much I'm going to be using the restaurant, then that's going to go a long way towards making it up to 300 brains. But there is the option of me training my brains as well. And someone's knocking on my door. Yes. I forgot to take my evening medication. Okay, best be poison. Carrying on. It's a good thing that I'm not playing the game at the moment, and that all I'm doing is adding commentary to a video that's already been recorded. That way, these interruptions are less of a problem. But yes, I forgot to take my evening medication, so one of the staff nurses was knocking on my door and asking me to go and take my medication. Hopefully there'll be no more interruptions. Fingers crossed. Okay, discipline's definitely there. This is a hospital ward that I'm on. I've got my own room. But there are other patients and staff members within close proximity, and sometimes people do knock on my door for one reason or another, so interruptions are likely to happen every now and then. Are we about to digivolve? Yes, we are. Are we digivolving to Greymon? Yes, we are. And finally, we can now train our HP. Our attack will go up by a little bit as well every time we train our HP. Goes up by 120 each time. Suppose that's not bad considering we don't have a training manual or super carrots or hawk radishes, and it's a champion Digimon that we're using rather than an ultimate. So I guess 120 is about the best you can realistically hope for under these conditions. And I'm pleased to say that Greymon is a greedy Digimon. He's a Digimon who likes to eat a lot, and that's very handy because that can enable us to eat at the restaurant multiple times whenever Greymon wants to eat. Usually he wants to, when he goes to the restaurant, usually he eats at least twice. Sometimes he even eats 3 times. And that's a great way to boost our attack and brains. Eat once. Eat twice. He wants to eat a 3rd time. So, from him signalling for food just once, we are able to put our attack up by 15 and our brains up by 9. That really isn't bad going at all. I can imagine our attack getting pretty good with the restaurant and with the stat boost, the attack boost that we'll get from training HP, plus the attack that we've already got. And if I was to, train my attack anymore, I don't think it's going to take long for our attack to get to the region of 400 or 500. Brains is going to be helped by the restaurant as well. So I think we have what it takes to get some decent stats. I am aiming to continue to be the best possible tamer, feeding my Digimon, taking it to the toilet, avoiding tiredness, letting it sleep, etc, etc. Well, one of the reasons is to help with our stats. That's what the restaurant is doing. And also I want to keep my happiness and discipline as full as possible, because I want my lifespan to be as long as possible. I want Greymon's lifespan to be as long as I can make it. I think the maximum is about 15 days. Because the longer I have Greymon, the more progress that I can make with him. I'm not aiming to digivolve to an ultimate though. I have Greymon as my Digimon, and the plan is for him to fade away as Greymon. I'm not aiming on digivolving from Greymon to an ultimate Digimon. I want to stick with Greymon and do certain progress with him, and then move on to my next lifespan. I want to avoid digivolving to any of the ultimate Digimon that Greymon can digivolve to. Off the top of my head, I know there's Metal Greymon and Skull Greymon. I'm not sure if there are any others, but I can check the guide and see for myself. I'm not gonna stick with just 3000 HP. I am going to go a lot higher than that. But I'm just thinking about other stats as well. I think speed I'd like to be about 300 or so. Same with brains. And then attack, HP and MP, the more the better, I suppose. just turn into the Digivolution guide. Metal Greymon and Skull Greymon are the two Digimon that Greymon can digivolve to. I don't want to digivolve to either of them. Metal Greymon, stat requirement 4000 HP, 3000 MP, 500 attack and defense, 300 speed and brains. My defense won't get anywhere near 500, so I'm not going to fulfill the stat requirement for Metal Greymon. Care mistakes 10 or less, I will fulfill that. Weight 60 to 70, there will come a time where my weight will be within that range for a certain amount of time before then exceeding that amount, because the restaurant is going to make my weight continually go up, and my weight will sort of temporarily be within that range, but then it will end up exceeding the range. So I'll probably fulfill the weight requirement for a very brief amount of time. Then one of the bonus conditions is to have a minimum of 95%, which I am currently fulfilling, so there is a chance that I might end up fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Metal Greymon, and to protect myself from this, praising my Digimon and bringing my discipline down would be a good way of ensuring that I don't fulfill 3 of the requirements for Metal Greymon. As for Skull Greymon, HP 4000, MP 6000, 400 attack and defense, 200 speed, 500 brains. I won't be... my defense won't reach 400, so I won't fulfill the stat requirement. Care mistakes 10 or more, won't fulfill that. Weight 25 to 35, my weight is well over that. And bonus condition, either a minimum of 40 battles or a minimum of 45 techniques. Can't see myself fulfilling either of those, so I don't have to worry about Skull Greymon one bit. The only possible concern would be Metal Greymon. But if I make sure that my discipline is less than 95% full, when my weight is between 60 and 70, and then make sure that my weight is well above that, then it would then be okay for my discipline to go back to being 95% or more. I think that the restaurant has just put my weight up to 62, so it is currently within range, but I haven't had I don't think I've had Greymon for long enough in order for him to be able to digivolve. So I think you have to have a champion Digimon for 6 days at least before it can digivolve. I was 4 when I digivolved to Greymon, so I would be 10 when it would be possible to digivolve to an ultimate. I think I'm currently younger than 10. But well, the simple solution to avoid Metal Greymon is just to make sure my discipline doesn't tick the box because that would rule out any risk of me digivolving to Metal Greymon, since I'm not going to be fulfilling the stat requirement. The care mistake requirement and weight requirement won't be enough on its own. I'm just about to trigger the scene where Leomon rescues Patamon from Goborymon, but that's not really why I'm here. The reason why I'm here is because I would like to go to Trash Mountain to train my MP. The Trash Mountain has a piece of equipment that trains your MP, and it boosts your MP very greatly, so I've come to Gear Savannah to go to Trash Mountain to train my MP. The rest of my stats are to be trained at the Green Gym, but I've come here specifically to train my MP because of the significant MP boost that you get from training your MP at the Trash Mountain. It's a lot more effective than training MP at the Green Gym. And what is strange is that I have a feeling that when you're in Trash Mountain, there's something different. And because of that, when Greymon signals for food, if I just keep on training, then the bubble doesn't seem to go away. Okay, he wants the toilet, so I'm going to take him to the toilet. Okay, he's signaling for food as well, but there seems to be something where if I just keep training and don't feed him, the speech bubble for food seems to remain, and it doesn't seem to go away. And that is something that I've only encountered at Trash Mountain. I do seem to remember reading something where there's something different about Trash Mountain, and this, what I mentioned about the food, you know, it comes as a result of the thing that makes Trash Mountain different. I can't really remember what it is off the top of my head, but there is something different about Trash Mountain, and I think that it causes your Digimon's like bubble for food. It causes that, I think, causes that to stay a lot longer than it's meant to. But I really don't know. But I'm in no position to feed Greymon because we're not in the city. Therefore, the restaurant isn't available to us. And it's a no items challenge, so I don't have any other way of feeding him. So I do have to be a bad tamer and not feed him. I'm not able to feed him while I'm here at the Trash Mountain, but once I'm satisfied with the amount of MP that I've got, I'll be able to leave and I won't have to come back.